In our last session, the party had made its way down into Steel Talon's lair in the deep part of the spike. Roughly level, I think we decided 230 of about 400 levels on the space station, so pretty deep into Absalom Station here. At this point, Shanti had caught back up with the party, and he had an unlikely mouse follower as he made his way up to where John and Raya had just recently taken out some cyber rats. Making their acquaintances and getting to know that Sparks was this little rat that wanted to hunt bad guys. They had then proceeded on into the first room there, which was a mechanical processing room where there were several conveyor belts where you could see robots, goblins, rats, and what appeared to be dragons were being made in a conveyor belt. You guys were able to spot some cyber goblins that hadn't activated yet. Got a surprise round on them and made short work of them, although started tripping some of the conveyor belts, which got a little spicy because Shanti had already thrown a frag grenade, throwing some shrapnel in there. We had sped up the conveyor belts instead of turning them off.
Right.
But after taking care of the goblins, you guys had picked up some UPBs, which were universal polymer base, which is a one-for-one transfer with credits. So you guys had divvied those out amongst yourselves. So I think it was about 500 each. Before moving down the hallway, you had come across a door with a massive red X. Whether it was you guys believed it was X marks the spot or not, you had decided to open up the door, which revealed that it had a red X because there was a hole in the wall out to space. At which point, John and Raya had been sucked into the room and were trying to turn on the force field to escape it. Thinking quickly, Sparks had activated her emergency raft to plug the hole, at least temporarily, allowing Raya to get up to the console to turn it off. After which, you guys had made your way around the corner there and went into another room, which had a bunch of piles of mechanical parts. As you guys started perusing the room a little bit more, you saw that there was an assembly ooze, which looks kind of like a gelatinous cube, but this is specifically designed to take old, broken down mechanical parts and break them into UPBs and repurpose them for new gear. Realizing
a money machine, right?
Sort of.
Kind of, not really.
Realizing the danger of the room, since a assembly ooze doesn't tell the difference between a living machine and broken down machines, John realized he was in danger. So everybody had left the room. Luckily, they had noticed that there was a little bit of a force field, which everybody assumed kept the assembly ooze in the room instead of letting it roam freely. Coming around the corner there, you had come to a T, one going back towards the direction you guys had came from, and one going deeper into the lair. You guys had decided that you weren't going to leave any room unturned, so you had gone back, which appeared to be a processing room for the organic components of all the experiments that were going on down here. There was piles of bodies in each of the corners with some furnaces. It smelled foul, and so foul, in fact, that Shanti decided to use a spell to make it smell like flowers just for him.
Just for him.
In this room, you guys had actually run into fully robotic rats. They acted exactly like normal rats.
Oh, that's right. I remember.
You guys made pretty quick work of these as well. And at this point, you guys had kind of put the full picture of what this lair was. Because when the rats were defeated, it appeared that a soul had dissipated from the body as it collapsed. You guys realized this was probably the work of what your best guess was Tohak was doing his experiments down here, taking the souls of creatures and putting them into robotic bodies. And these two rooms were for the failed experiments, and no telling what lay further on. You guys had proceeded deeper into it and had just come around the corner to the room that we're about to set up for. So, in this room, you will see a similar layout to what John and Shanti had run into in the previous sort of Steel Talon lair, which is a robot recharging room. So there's two sentry bots, which you can see on the map there. They are currently inactive in standby mode.
Oh, okay. I would assume that I don't have the correct adapter anyways to sort of like log myself in. I'm just kidding. I was honestly just looking for a cheap joke, but sorry. Please continue.
Oh no! This is me setting the stage. So feel free to chime in at any point. That was the end of the recap. We are now. This is the room you're in. The robots appear to be in standby mode. You can see on the far side of the room there looks like the same sort of stairs that you guys had run into right before you got to the horde where Steel Talon was in the previous levels. But you can see these two robots in the recharging spots. There's two recharging spots that are currently vacant. So you could maybe try and make it across the room without activating the robots. You could engage with them. It's kind of whatever you guys would like to do.
I'll just kind of like face the group, and my eyes will kind of like blink, and you hear like the Windows XP sound, like the whole. Well, I don't know about you, but can, can I tell if those robots look like they're like what's their designation?
They're observer class sentry bots.
Okay. They appear to be they're inactive now, but like
You can tell that they like the lights are on. They're just not moving. You can tell that they're like in the recharging standby mode, kind of like a Roomba where it goes to its recharge station. It sits there unless you hit a button to turn it on.
I don't know. I could try some robot shit. What do you think?
Well, to be honest, our last experience with this, wasn't too great. So, yeah, John, why don't you go ahead and do some stuff?
Wait. Because the last time we tried to, when I used my daily power to read their minds, it was blank. So if they're on standby mode, can we just go past them quietly?
Well, theoretically, yes. But what if they, are not in standby when we walk past? Then we'll have a big problem on our hands.
As you guys try to figure that out, I'll go do some robot stuff, and I'll make my way into the hall. And can I just I don't know, R2D2 myself to the robot and like connect tips or something?
Give me an engineering check.
Okay.
Engineering
John
or computers.
is knocking.
Or computers. I'll do engineering for a 5. Nat 20 for a total of 25.
Okay, so we'll do this kind of like we did with Jack, which was the little robot that Evan played during that session. So you have successfully logged into the computer system for this and brought up the subroutines. So you can see that this robot is designed to observe this room specifically, and if it feels in danger that it can't handle the threat, it is designed to go into the next room to warn Steel Talon of an impending threat. You now can do with it what you will. So, like, if you'd like to take control of it, that would be another engineering or computers check. But you have the subroutines pulled up.
Just to see what might happen, because I don't know. I'll clear my robot voice. And I'll just wave up my hand dramatically and swirl it down. And looking at his code or whatever, I just want to change 1 to a 0 instead, and see how much that just kind of disturbs the robot there.
Give me a D100.
Sure, okay.
There's no D100.
There is, I'll show you. This one. And this one. Oh, no.
So are we gonna have to get one of the big D100?
Oh, the ones that look like a ball, basically. So that's going to be a
47.
47. Yep.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
I read it
Um,
number.
You can't even see them.
So whenever you change it,
This
this is traditionally a flying observer bot. I guess I should have described this for you guys. So it's basically like this little small sphere sort of thing with like spidery.
Oh,
Sort
so
of
it's
like,
not just like straight up like a droid of some kind?
no. So
Oh, okay.
it's traditionally a flying little robot. With you changing it, you see like the eyes kind of blink a few times, and then it kind of like it just shuts off, and then like the hover that was already instilled turns off, and it clanks to the ground.
I think I did it. Hey, there's only one left. Okay, coast is clear, I guess. I don't know. Come here.
Oh, great. The
You, mousy one. What was your name again? Lark? Or
No.
What's your name?
so you see my robot looking down the hall at you.
Parks.
Oh,
What do you want to do? Do you want to follow him? Yeah.
I want to get my bag. My book.
What do you have in your bag? You remember?
You moving up, Boogies?
Yeah.
Right
but
beside him.
I don't know, but well,
I can't move my guy in roll 20.
Oh,
what's in my bag?
that's because I didn't go back in and change the thing.
these are little robots.
The robot bad guys.
They're like cameras almost.
All right, you should have control of it now, Tucker.
You can?
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay. You want to try catching the bug?
Okay, let's roll with it.
Artemis wants their Sparks wants to try catching a bug.
Okay, give me a stealth roll to see if you can get up to it.
You got Artemis.
You're
Yeah.
up.
Okay. 12 plus. Look at your paper.
It's towards the bottom. This should be alphabetical.
7.
Plus 7. Okay, so 19.
Wow. 19.
So yes, Sparks, you're able to get right up next to the robot. If you're trying to capture it, are you trying to disable it, or are you just trying to capture it?
I just trying to disable it.
Disable it?
Disable it.
Okay. So you can give me an engineering or a computers check.
Which one are you better at?
Engineering is a +9 and computers is a +8.
Oh.
+9.
So you want to
Yeah.
do the engineering +9?
So you have like little mouse goggles or something that
Yes.
come over? You know what I mean?
Is that another D20?
Yeah, D20 plus the 9.
That was a good
Oh, that's a 2. 2 plus 9 is 11.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Sparks, as you start to fiddle with the controls on here, it's almost like you're too excited about trying to get this little observer robot. In your fiddling, you accidentally activate it. Everybody, please roll
Oh,
initiative.
you woke it up. Now it wants to fight us.
I woke it up for all of you.
Is that a 20 again?
Yeah, D20 plus whatever your initiative is.
Oh, try that one more
Yes.
time.
You said D20?
D20. Yeah, for you, if you see the little initiative box, you can just hit the number underneath that and it'll auto roll.
2 plus
9.
1.
Don, do you mind if I just roll dice?
No, you're good.
I got a 16.
Ryan? And Sarah, you should be able to move yours. Let me know if you can.
15 for T.
T, 15. A 3?
Yes, I can.
With the initiative.
Okay, or you said you can?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
So Sparks got a 3.
I have a 17.
Why did everyone come up the road?
Because you were trying to
All
catch
right.
it.
You know how it's because you didn't roll high enough. If you rolled higher, that might have not happened.
All right, so
Oh,
for
good job.
Now it's gonna capture me or you.
Not if we kill it first.
so we got John at the top of the round, followed by Raya, then
Wait,
T,
is anybody else playing?
then the observer robot, and then Sparks bringing up the rear.
Okay, so I just look over at Sparks. What have you done? What have you? And I'll grab the surveillance thing that I had messed up. What have you done? And I'm just gonna like Vader throw it at the other Sentinel, whatever it's called.
Okay, give me a ranged attack.
Sure.
So just whatever your modifier for your boomer rifle is.
Okay. That's a natural 19 plus 3 for dex, plus my dex? Or...
Yep.
Yeah, so 21.
Roll for damage.
What should I roll for body damage?
We'll call it a 1d6
30?
bludgeoning
Okay.
plus 1, because I think that's half your level.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to be a total of 3 points of
Bludgeoning.
body damage as I throw his brother at him.
All right.
No, it's not you. It's they're trying to kill the little.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should move.
My bug's
So
out
this
of
he
the
threw
world.
this bug. So Artemis, he took this bug and he threw it at this one.
Yeah.
So they're both killed?
No,
Well,
this
one's disabled. The other one
Has
It-
damage.
is taking some damage.
Yeah.
But
They're
that's not the
sleeping.
one I woke
They're
up.
just sleeping.
But I didn't wake up the
No,
other
that's
one.
the other one that Colton disabled.
And then I'll just end my turn by moving across the room to here,
Okay.
and that'll be it.
My turn.
No,
Not
you're
quite.
last.
We'll have to see.
I'm not last.
Yeah.
I know.
You rolled the.
All right, Riot. It is. Riot. It's your turn.
Which I'm the lighter green one, right?
Yes. I've
Okay.
changed your position on the roll 20 to reflect.
Okay.
So if you're looking at roll 20, that's probably your easiest.
Okay. I am. Let me go back to my weapon.
It's okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and just do my shuriken, which
Okay.
is
Oh
a
yes,
1.
that's right. The thing that you're not super
4.
great at throwing.
Yeah, let's aim for it. I got a 16 first roll, so why not?
Okay.
Hey.
So
60.
it says 1d4.
You got a 16 with your modifier. I assume you just hit the button there. Or did you just roll a straight d20?
I just hit the button on it. It says 3.
She rolled a 16 before.
Okay, so you rolled a. Did you hit the? So next to the shuriken, there should be a column that says attack, and it's got a -2.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hit that one?
Let's see.
That's the one you
Okay,
need
so
to
that
hit.
one.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so that one showed up as 8.
As you
Not good.
as you pull out your shuriken, similar to whenever you attempted to use it versus the robot rats earlier, you kind of get overly excited. I think you're kind of a little bit worried of hitting Sparks, since Sparks is standing between you and the observer robot. You kind of flick it too fast, and it flies over the head of the robot.
Wow.
Is there anything else you would like to do? So you still have your movement and a swift action if you want it.
Let's shoot for my dueling sword.
So you're going to switch weapons?
Yeah, can I do that, right?
Yeah, that'll consume your move action, but you can definitely do that.
That's okay, because I don't want to move too close, because obviously I'm not doing well so far. I hit a 4, and I missed again.
Oh my gosh.
Gotcha. Oh, were you doing a full attack then? So typically you only get
Yeah.
the one attack per round unless you do a full action, which consumes all of your actions, and you get to attack twice. But there's a negative modifier on that one, on top of the
Is there?
-2.
Okay.
But I was fine with rolling
I
it
mean-
as you just did the one attempt with your shuriken, and then you switched to your sword. So you have your sword out for next turn.
Okay, yeah, I'll leave my sword out.
Okay.
But I don't want to move, so I'm good with my turn here because I don't have anything else to play.
All right, Shanti, it is your turn.
This is what I was worried about. They're not on standby. They're attacking now. I'm going to pull out my hail pistol and shoot the. We'll go with this boy right here.
Oh, did I not delete the one off? There should only. Okay, yeah, there's just the one. All
Yep.
right, roll to attack.
Okay, I have a +2, everybody.
Perfect.
12.
Whether it be you're still trying to figure out this little yellow rat. It's almost because she's this almost like fluorescent yellow. The glint of her fur in your eye causes you to angle just a little too high with the sonic pistol, and it hits the wall.
John
Okay.
G, you are going to have to do better than that.
I agree, and I'm going to use my movement to hide behind Raya.
Oh my gosh!
No.
I like my melee attack.
I agree.
The
Hide
one that's
behind
failed
you.
twice already.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay.
Melee attack.
The observer robot is up. It is going to use its slam attack on Sparks here
Uh-oh.
because you're right next to it.
Oh, you're okay. You're strong. It's okay.
No, it should be okay, Booger. Because it only rolled an 8. Artemis, come here. Artemis, I'm trying to describe what's happening. Come here. So the robot goes to slam, and because you're so small, it misses. It just slams the ground right in front of you.
You dodged it.
It's your turn.
Oh, now it's your turn.
Okay.
Attack. Attack, little one.
So you've got, if you want to use a melee, you've got your battle glove, or you could use one of your abilities. So you've got Get 'em, which, if I recall, boosts everybody else. So you could use this ability. You get to choose an enemy. You and your allies get a +1 to attack rolls if you use that ability. Do you want to do that, or do you want to attack it?
Do that one.
All right. So Sparks is going to use her Get 'em ability. Describe how you're telling everybody about this robot. Because you're trying to tell them to attack it. You just point at it?
So you did him.
All right. Is there anything else you want to do? Do you want to move away from the robot, or do you want to stay near it?
I'll move away.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good idea.
How do you want to move?
Where do you want to move to?
I think by Colton again.
Okay.
So you want to move over to Colton, so like right here?
Yeah. I want to move in front of one.
Well, there's a recharging station right there, so you can't get right there. Does that work? Okay.
Nice. What does her
All right.
ability do?
So everybody has a +1 to their attack rolls
Oh, cool.
on that robot.
Yeah.
All right, we are back up at the top of the round. John, it is your turn.
After the mouse tells me to get him, I will. And my eyes will turn red, like the switch was flicked in my head, and I'll just like T2 style, like pull up my gun and just kind of take a shot with my boom
Wait,
rifle.
does that mean the
All right.
robot's killed?
Not yet.
We'll find out.
Roll a 60!
I rolled a 25 to hit.
Roll for damage.
Oh, you bet your bottom dollar. 2d6. Wow.
Mom's gotta do the bread.
6, 5. That's a good roll.
That was 11.
11 points of damage.
All right. It appears that sonic attack kind of rattled the circuitry on it. It's looking a little rough. It's kind of like it's hovering, but it's kind of like jankily kind of lowering down.
Okay.
Wait, do you mean like the robot went over me?
No, it's still in its same spot right now.
But
the hover mechanics, so how it flies, it looks like it's a little broken, so it's starting to lower down.
And the ship was going like this.
Yeah, but
That's what he's doing.
I was so tiny that it missed me.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I just go, Raya, it's low enough that maybe if you actually hit it with a shuriken, it might die.
Raya, it's your turn.
So I'm actually feeling really cocky because Puck hid behind me. So he's using me. I'm his savior. Okay, he's hiding. So I am getting him all full. And I already have my sword out. I watched John attack, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my dueling sword. And
Moving in.
I rolled an 18, baby.
Wow.
Gotcha. What type of damage is it? It should just show a letter next to the damage column. I think it's slashing, but
it's 1S.
okay, yeah, slashing. Okay.
Yeah.
Roll for damage. Are you moving right up next to it?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Do you want in between the two charging stations, or do you want it kind of like catty corner, right next to Sparks?
I'm feeling really cocky, so let's go right in front.
Hell yeah. Kill him.
All right.
Yeah.
Roll for damage.
Roll for damage, and that's a D20, right?
That's the damage column. So
Oh, just kidding.
Yeah. So I think yours is like a 1d4 plus something.
So it's a D6 plus 1, and I have a 6.
Oh, you rolled a 6?
Wow.
Or was it
That's what
a
it
5
says.
plus 1? Oh, okay.
Or-
Yeah, it's a 5 plus 1 then.
Yeah, and the damage, it's 1d6 plus 1.
Perfect.
And I rolled a 6.
Perfect.
Like, total.
Describe how you're ending this
there it is.
robot.
Okay, so I'm gonna go by Marvel right here. So again, I'm in my, like, cockiness, right? Because I have people literally depending on me now to save
Oh
them.
my gosh.
So I'm gonna go. I'm actually gonna full blown gonna try and shoot. Like, I'm taking my sword and I'm going above my head and I'm trying to hit them from the side. And I actually stumble and I just go straight in. So instead of hitting them from the side, thinking I was gonna be badass, I'm actually falling, and the knife goes straight through them.
She already got it.
All right.
Wow.
To anybody who's noticing Shanti behind Raya, I'm just kind of like picking at my ear and looking off to the side.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was the end of the combat for this
Yeah,
room, but we're getting ready to go explore another one.
Yeah.
After ending the observer robot there, that is kind of it for the rest of the room. John, from your position, you can kind of see into this next room all the way to the back wall. And, sorry, I'm revealing it from them here. You can see in the back section.
Oh my gosh. What the heck is that thing?
It's sort of slumbering is the mechanical robot that you guys had encountered previously.
Oh shit. This is
You see Steel Talon.
Steel Talon himself.
Currently slumbering. He has not been activated. The observer robots were not able to warn him of you guys creeping into the room here.
Wow.
As you kind of get a better look at the room, there's a series of stairs kind of starting right here where you're at, John, leading down. On the far side, you can see there's another large pile of technological parts, weapons, armors, and credits. Not all of the items are usable. It seemed to have been hoarded simply for the purpose of making the hoard larger. You can see that Steel Town is sitting on top of this pile. What does the party do?
John, I've got an idea.
Quick, tell me before I start rusting.
Okay. I'm going to give you 2 grenades. You're going to roll them underneath. We're going to detonate them at the same time.
This is where my eyes grow big and I'm just staring at you guys like, are you serious?
I just look over at you, and I will robot blink twice before I say, "What? And do you think I have an international bowling trophy at my house back home? No, I do not. I do not have an international bowling trophy at my house."
This
Well,
dragon looks nice.
There goes all of my ideas.
Wait, is this a bad dragon?
Maybe Sparks can do it.
Okay.
Is this what we're going for?
Why the heck
gosh.
not, dude? I don't have anything special. I just have a gun.
Do you have anything specific that you want to plan?
Or are you guys just moving into the room?
I say let's just move quietly into the room, like Harry Potter style when he encounters the 3 heads.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Let's
Everybody
let's
give me a
just
stealth
roll
roll.
in, assess the room.
Wait, why did the harp stop playing?
Oh man, you just reminded me I did not have any other music going.
Oh, 17 is a good roll. Plus
7.
what?
24.
Kind of just compiling on to the uselessness of Shanti at the moment. I am not good at stealth. It's a good roll, though.
I'm not great either, but I rolled a nat 1, so I just like plink, plonk, plonk, plonk.
What are we rolling for?
Stealth.
Stealth.
Yeah, go ahead and roll yours, Raya. Well, yeah.
See if it matters.
I rolled a 20.
Okay, well, so everybody except for John crushes this.
Oh my
it's
god.
almost like you guys were bred for being stealthy. Unfortunately, though, Robert, John, being the robot that he is, he kind of just clomps right on up, resulting in Steel Talon waking. Everybody,
No!
please roll for initiative.
No!
Way to go. Oh my
Old
gosh.
Spice shampoo
Okay,
smells great and
initiative.
helps keep your hair thick and
John, I
healthy
think
looking.
you should have tried my bowling idea.
Yeah,
I
you're
have a
going.
21.
So 21 for Ryan.
15 for T.
11. Is that with your modifier?
That's me. It's 19.
Oh, sorry, you said
19.
92. Nope.
I'm not last.
Might be first, depending on how well everybody else rolled.
No.
Is that for Daddy only?
Yeah.
Because he can reach that.
All right. So we've got Raya leading us off, followed by John, then T, then Steel Talon, and then Sparks bringing up the rear.
Didn't Sparks roll like 27?
No!
No, she rolled 11.
Oh.
Raya rolled a 20.
Oh.
It's 0 to 7, basically. 4 out of 7.
Nice. All right, Raya, what would you like to do?
Okay. All right.
Kill.
So it's fully awake, right? Like it's fully awake.
Yeah, so you're seeing
Is this
the servos and everything have whirled up. You can see the lights in its eyes have kind of like ignited, and it's kind of like rearing up like it's wanting to. Your best guess based off a dragon that it's probably wanting to prepare a breath attack.
Oh boy.
And is this is a mechanical creature, right? Or is this like an actual flesh? Or is it a combination of both?
To the best of your knowledge, this appears to be a fully robotic creature.
Cyber dragon.
Okay. How close am I? Let me look at the thing. Hold on.
So if you use the ruler tool on here, you should be able to see. Currently, you are 35 feet away.
35 feet. Okay. So I am. Sorry, I'm reading my thing real quick.
Oh no, you're good.
Okay, so I need to get at least 25 feet.
Okay, so you only need to move about 10 feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna move. Oh, wait, I can only move a certain amount, right? I can only move 15?
Yeah, it should be on your character sheet towards the top. Looking at it. You've got... Oh, actually, maybe it's towards the...
I see my telepathy is
It's right next to your ability scores. You have 30 feet of movement.
30 feet. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna move 25 feet. Okay, so I'm gonna move about 15, so 3 squares forward.
Okay.
And then I am going to use a spell. I'm gonna do so my energy ray.
Okay.
Which I have to. It's 25 feet as long as I'm within 25 feet. Instantaneous. So when you cast this spell, choose acid, cold, electricity, or fire. So I'll use electricity. You fire a ray at a target. You must make a ranged attack against its EAC.
Yep.
The ray deals 1d3 damage.
Yep. So give me a ranged attacks.
The range attack was 13. And unfortunately, my energy ray damage was 1.
Okay, so 13 just barely hits Steel Talon.
Oh, okay.
And keep in mind for Starfinder, you have energy, AC, and kinetic AC. So that is exactly what it is to hit with energy weapons. And you said what was what was the damage?
Sure. It was 1, but it's a 3. I think it's a 3 dice.
Okay, so you rolled a 1.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do? So you still have your swift action if you want it. So if you're switching weapons or something like that, or if you have an ability that says consumes a swift action.
Well, I think I can only do 1 spell a day, so I've already used up my spell. Right?
You have a racial spell that you can do once a day, but you should have more spell slots than that.
But you won't be able to do another spell this turn. That was your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm not gonna do anything else, because let me see how far I am again.
Okay.
I mean, I'm close enough that I could do my plasma claw, but I think I still have to be closer.
You might be within range, but you've consumed your standard action, so you won't be able to attack again this turn. So it'd really just be if you're wanting to switch weapons. So you could switch to your plasma claw if you want for next turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll switch to that.
Alrighty, John, it is your turn.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Before you go, did I do any damage? Did I miss that part?
No, you did. You did damage. You got the 1 damage from your attack. 1 electricity.
Okay. I tickled it. Got it.
You will notice with that attack, though, that it kind of tickled, or at least that's what you were expecting. It seemed to do a little bit more than what you were expecting.
Oh,
Okay.
great. I'm going to try something a little cheeky here. My turn. I'm going to press a button on like my hip, and like my chest has like this little thing that rotates open from the inside, and it's a little winch. It's where I store my 150 cable of titanium rope that I have on my character. And I want to try and like a couple fell swoops of throwing the rope around to try and make it so he can't just like you know what I mean? I'm trying to tie.
So you're trying to grapple?
I guess so, but
Sort-
like using the rope.
Right. Okay. Give me a ranged attack. Now, keep in mind this is going to be considered a combat maneuver, so the DC's higher because of that. Because if you look at like your character sheet, you have that right below your KAC. It says AC versus combat maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of DC that you're going to be going up against.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it's your KAC plus.
Yeah, no, try it out. So what? Do I add a?
For your ranged attack, I don't know if you have any. It should just be the bonus, or the BAB, the base attack bonus.
Oh, okay.
Add that to your, or just use the modifier on your boomer rifle, whatever that is. So I think it's a +2.
Plus 6 on my attack.
Okay, perfect.
19.
Unfortunately, as you're trying to throw your never-ending rope around Steel Talon, its head is already too angled up. So instead of being able to loop around it, it kind of hits it in the neck and falls to the ground.
I'll just get out of the hallway then. I'll use some of my movement to come into like the corner of the room here.
Got it.
And I'll say, well, that was not the greatest idea, but hey, at least it's better than bowling balls. And I'll end my turn.
We're trying to get.
All right, T, it is your turn.
Okay. T is going to walk in the middle here. And then I'm going to cast Reflecting Armor on myself.
Okay.
Basically, whenever I take damage from an attack made with a weapon from a foe within 100 feet, I can dispel this spell as a reaction, and basically they get the same damage reflected back to them up to 10.
Okay.
Cool. Mirror Force.
Yeah. And as a quick action, I'll pull out my hail pistol in my right hand and end my turn.
Gotcha. Steel Talon on his turn. He is going to move up, and he is going to use his breath weapon.
Oh boy.
So it's a 60-foot cone, which I think, based off of where I've got it, it's only going to hit Raya and... It'll hit Raya, Shanti, and Sparks. John is just out of range with the angle there. Everybody give me a reflex saving throw.
Here.
What is that one?
It should be one of your saving throws, so right below ability scores.
Okay, with a +1, that's an 18.
18.
Not grateful. I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. You got a 7. Raya, what'd you get?
Wait, which one am I rolling again? Under my ability scores.
There should be a box under ability scores called saving throws. It has fortitude, reflex, and will on there.
Oh, I see.
You need to roll for reflex.
Got a 21.
21. Perfect. All right. Let me roll dice real quick.
Did we pass?
You and Raya pass. Sparks did not.
It's okay.
All right. So Raya and Shanti, you guys will take 5 sonic damage. Sparks will take 11. And then Shanti, you said it reflects half that back.
Yeah, I'm gonna dismiss my reflecting armor. It looked like I had like a holographic sheen all over my body, and now it cracks into pieces. And Steel Talon needs to make a reflex save of 14.
It fails.
Okay, so it takes 5 back.
Perfect.
Stamina points, right?
Yeah, and remember, whenever we're taking damage, you guys go through stamina first before you hit HP. So don't use HP unless you run out of all of your
And
stamina.
this doesn't change from what it was last time, right?
What's that? What Sparks that? Ooh, ah!
Ah!
All right, Sparks, it is your turn.
Yeah, Sparks,
Steel
yeah,
Talon has moved up. Other than that, we are still in normal combat thing. I don't know where I was
Is
going
there
with
a
that.
range weapon or anything like that?
Yeah, she has a sonic pistol there. 40 feet.
Oh.
You want to use your sonic pistol?
All right, roll to attack.
See it. Roll good, roll good, roll good. 16 plus
16.
18.
18. Roll for damage.
What's the damage?
1d8.
1d8.
And it's sonic damage, right?
Yeah.
Come on. 7.
7. All right, nice. Sparks, you see that your sonic pistol lands true, kind of hits it right in the jaw, so it kind of rocks its head a little bit as it kind of like tries to restabilize itself.
Wow.
We are back up to the top of a round with Raya.
Wow.
Okay.
Kill him.
I'm close enough where I could do my plasma claw.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh gosh. Actually, no, it's a good thing. It's a D4, so I rolled a 4.
Roll the d20 first to hit.
Oh shoot. Okay. 11.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh,
not?
dude.
Unfortunately,
No.
as you kind of like readjust the
No
gauntlet that
way.
the claws on your wrist, and you go to fire, you kind of just glance it off to the side of the shoulder.
Oh no.
So the claw isn't able to dig in and actually discharge electricity before it retracts. Is there anything else you would like
I'm
to
about
do?
to just walk out of this room. Um. Can I do another attack? No, because I already did my attack movement, right?
You haven't moved, so what we could rule is you would have actually had an additional -4 on that first attack. You can attack again, but you will have a -4 modifier on whatever you roll.
Absolutely not. I can't risk that. I'm going to let's look at the movement. I'm gonna actually move 1 square more to the right, so I'm up against the wall.
Okay, if you want to move, just click back on the pointer one and you should be able to move yourself.
Hold on. I see what you're saying.
There you go.
I'm
Perfect.
gonna move about here.
Alrighty. You keeping the plasma claw out?
Yeah, I'll keep the plasma claw out for next time.
Okay. John, it is your turn.
Okay.
All you. It's all you.
Wow, it is all up to me. Gosh, I never took time to think about it, but these people, they rely on me to protect them. And I'll pull out my boomer rifle. Leave me alone. And then I will take a shot. That's going to be, I'm sure that's his 15 plus something. 15 plus 6.
Yeah, roll for damage.
Okay. Hey,
Artemis, let him do his thing, okay?
and then we'll go 7 points of, I think it's, I don't know what kind of damage it is.
Yeah, it says SO, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Once again, you with your boomer rifle there, you kind of key into one of the joints there, kind of like where the neck and then the shoulder sort of meet, and you kind of see that it rattles a little bit. The dragon's still looking pretty solid though.
Okay, I'm gonna just run down the side of the wall here to just about in a somewhat of a flanking position, I guess. How high up in the air is he?
He's currently just on the ground.
Oh, I thought he flew up.
He doesn't have a whole lot of room to fly up because the ceiling in this area it's big enough that he has a little bit of wiggle room, but not enough that he could actually fly.
Oh, okay.
The one thing you will notice is there is a door just beside you, back here.
Okay, well, I'll just run up and put my door up against, put my back up against the door.
Perfect.
That's it.
All right, T.
All right. All I can really do is just try to hit with my hail pistol. Nobody has lost actual HP, just stamina, so I can't heal really right now. So yeah, I'll go for a shot with my hail pistol. That is a 15.
Roll for damage.
Nope.
Nice.
And what type of damage is it?
It is bleeding damage.
Or that's if you crit.
Oh, right. Hold on.
I can pull it up too.
Sorry, this is a little tough to read.
Yeah, I didn't go over the character sheet in here with you yet, but there should just be a letter next to the damage there.
Cold damage.
Cold and piercing.
Let's see. Cold and piercing.
All right.
Piercing cold. That's 2 damage.
Cool.
All right. I just want to let it be known that this is the most damage T has ever done in this campaign so far. 7 damage total.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's do this. I end my turn in my same position.
Alrighty. Steel Talon. He's gonna see if he can recharge his breath weapon. Unable to use it this turn, he's gonna go to the last person that attacked him. So he's gonna move up into range of you there, T.
Oh boy.
And make an attack. Does a 28 hit?
Yeah.
You're gonna take 8 piercing damage.
I have dipped down into my health, everybody.
And he will end his turn there. Sparks is up. Alright, Artemis, what's Sparks doing? Are you gonna attack with your pistol again? Okay, so roll a d20.
Natural 20.
20.
Okay.
Nice.
Dude.
Roll for damage. That's a d8.
Roll a d8. How does this work?
Roll double dice.
Okay.
Okay, my bad.
No. Stay here.
Sorry, I'm just playing Jane on crit rolls for now.
3.
No, that's fine. Yeah, just roll 2 of those now. See what you get. Oh, 5 points of damage.
No, 2
2 plus 3 is 5. Yep.
Sparks, as you fire off this pistol, you hit him right in the weakest point he has. And you can see that it hits very solid. His head's sort of rattled from the damage there. He is looking pretty rough.
Wow. Sparks.
Let's
wow,
go.
Good one.
I got a 20.
We're back up at the top of the round with you, Ryan.
Kill.
Okay. I am gonna shoot for my plasma again.
Okay. Roll to hit.
For attack, I got a 24.
Oh, here comes the pain.
Was that a nat 20?
Yeah, it looks like 20, and then I got a 4. I have a
Oh my
plus 4 for
gosh,
the
2
attack.
nat 20s in a row.
And then, hold on, let me roll for damage, because
Yeah,
it's
so
probably
roll the damage twice.
twice.
Yeah, so you landed a nat 20, so that's a crit, so you get double damage.
Oh, okay. So the first one is a 2, and it's a D4. And then the next one is a 4.
Nice.
Finally, some good luck.
How are you ending Steel Talon?
Oh gosh.
Oh, last kill?
So this is with your plasma claw there.
Oh, okay. So since I'm kind of to the side and he's focusing on Shanti, I'm gonna do something towards the back, like I'm sneaking up on him, and I hit the plasma claw. I don't know. You're way more creative at this. I'm gonna attach the plasma claw to like somewhere around his neck, where I find a little gaping hole, and I hit it perfectly.
Great.
As it latches into the neck there, the electricity discharges. So not only did it hit really solid on the initial hit, kind of like crunching in the metal in his neck, electricity goes, and you see, instead of like the normal sort of reaction from the plasma call, where it kind of like just in the vicinity of where it hits electricity, you see the electricity spark throughout its entire body as all of the servos sort of collapse at once as Steel Talon drops.
Hey.
Let's go.
All right. So now you guys have free reign to look at the horde that's right there. Like I mentioned out, John also has a door right beside him back in that corner. What would you guys like to do first?
I'm scared of doors now, ever since we got stuck in that portal.
So you could loot first if you want. Like I mentioned earlier, the horde's got all kinds of equipment there.
Shanti's probably gonna loot first.
I'm actually. Excuse me. I'm going to cast detect thoughts centered behind that door.
Okay. If I recall, it goes in rounds. So as you go in, initially there's no sort of response. As it kind of widens out its scope, as far as you can tell, there is nothing sentient behind the door there.
Well, okay, and now I'm going to go right into that pile.
Perfect.
I'm probably going through to see if I could recognize anything that can connect back. So I'm probably looking at Steel Talon, trying to see if I could trace it back. Maybe I could find a name on it or any type of brand that could possibly relate back to the Horde or back to, gosh, I forgot that guy's name.
Tohack?
The researcher.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Tohack, right?
yeah, Tohack, right? Yeah. So I'm probably looking around trying to find historically like things that would be of value to give me clues.
Okay, Ryan. As you start kind of like looking over Steel Talon, You don't see anything discernible. If anything, it kind of just looked like a pristine, like metal dragon. It's kind of like that. There's no tarnish or like paint or anything on it. It's just straight um, steel, metal, all comprised of it. The only thing that's unsettling is that same whooshing feeling that you guys all experienced with the rats, where you felt the soul depart the body. You get that same feeling from Steel Talon as you're kind of going over his body there. For you, Shanti, as you start going through the horde there, you'll find a Defiant Series squad that's a set of heavy armor.
Oh, I can wear that.
An arc emitter tactical variant, which is a long arm, and there is 4,000 credits.
Dang.
Well, he'll divvy out 1,000 each, and then so you said the armor, the 4,000 credits, and what was the other one?
So the armor is heavy armor. And the other one is an arc emitter tactical, which is a long arm, which is like a rifle, kind of like what John is currently equipped with. Let me pull it up.
You know, long arms are like, they help you scratch your back when you can't reach it. That spot. Can I borrow a writing utensil?
Ow.
They're in that.
Oh.
Yep.
1,000 more credits, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Why would be not?
Also, like I said, you guys see the door in the corner there. That should be it for. There's plenty of other stuff in the pile. It's not usable. It's all kind of like broken down mechanical parts. And
I was actually just about to say, can I? I'm not necessarily looking for like an arm that's going to give me a particular upgrade, but is there like a cool looking like red arm that I could use to replace my current arm with, so I could have a red one instead?
Give me another D100.
Sure. In addition to that, I want to look at Steel Talon, but I'll wait for everyone else.
If you want specifics on the arc emitter, it's a shocks type weapon, and it has the built-in blast stun and unwieldy characteristics to it.
Unwieldy. What was that one again?
It's not easy for you to transition weapons.
Oh, I see.
It requires two hands.
That's going to be a solid 3.
Well, luckily for you, I was going with lower numbers.
Oh,
yes,
perfect.
you do find a red arm in there. It's a little bit longer than the arm you currently have, and a little bit bulkier. So, like, it looks like this is an arm that you work out with, like if you were a normal human.
Oh,
but it is there.
Wow. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
scratch my name into the paint job.
It's a little longer, so you can get those hard-to-reach spots on your back, right?
Exactly. That's exactly why I wanted a longer one.
You got 4 millimeters of extra reach in that arm.
Every millimeter counts. Okay, one more thing. Can I try to like look at like is there like I don't know. I guess I'm trying to look for where like memory might be stored in this mechanical creature.
Ooh.
Like, is there some sort of SD card I can just pop out and take a look at it later or something like that?
Or what's it called? The black box?
Yeah, something like that.
Which also, did we ever hear back
Not yet.
about the black? Okay.
Yeah, not yet. That was they were currently going through the black box whenever you guys came down here to end Steel Talon. So
Okay.
there may be information on that once you guys get done exploring down here. As far as the robot, yes, you can jack in. What's weird about this, though, is as you start trying to scroll in like you did on the Sentry bot, it's almost as if whenever the whoosh happened, everything was wiped.
Oh man, okay. Okay. I'll just let that be known to the group. I'll like pull my hands back up and they're all covered with like a reddish oil. I'm like, yeah, I think once I make the I think the other things get wiped. I just don't really know. But hey, look, this door over here though, and I just like will point with my longer arm in a way that would like hopefully provoke some sort of response from the rest of the group.
All right.
Well, from what I was able to tell, there's no sentient life over there. I mean, it's been mostly robots and rats down here, for fuck's sake. So,
You guys
Okay,
heading in?
I'd say we
How?
head in.
Yeah, is it locked or can we just go in?
No, so probably an assumption that no one was going to make it past this massive mechanical dragon.
It's not locked up.
It's just a standard wooden door.
Oh, a standard wooden door.
With the dragon?
We're like how many levels down below, and we're running into a wooden door.
Yeah, it's a little bit unsettling that it's a
That's
wood
not
door.
suspicious. They probably ran out of money though building the freaking robot.
As you guys look into this final room here, you'll see a table with a board over the table, kind of like where you can like lay out papers on the table, and then it has like the clipboard above the table with like stuff pinned to it. On the table is a series of notes detailing the same process you guys have kind of learned about as you've gone through here. Specifically, whenever you guys went into the personal quarters section, where you got the books on like the concept of the soul and like just technomancery books. The board above it shows a map of the Pact worlds and a series of notes pinned to a few of the different planets and what type of creatures can be found at each one. Specifically, there's a note pinned next to Absalom, which is the planet closest to the sun, that says, "The key to creating an artificial soul likely lies here. Seek out the order of those who become to see if they have found this knowledge.
Oh.
Soon I shall bring
shit.
you back, brother."
Oh shit.
Oh. Whoa. What?
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so obviously upon discovering this, me and John immediately look at each other with wide eyes and we're like, okay.
Yeah. I'll you just hear like inside servos whirring in my head. What was the group called again?
Those who become.
Those who become.
If you'd like, you guys could roll a history or a historian check for you, Raya. I know that that's a profession one for you. Otherwise, I think it might be just a straight intelligence check, because I don't remember if history is actually one in
Okay.
Starfinder. If you'd like to recall information on those who become. You don't
I
have to.
don't
It's
see
always
history
fun.
on there.
I think I would know much about them.
Oh wait, I do.
Yeah, so if you would like to roll, go ahead.
Unless if I've done some general.
I got a
contact with
10.
them.
A 10. You're trying to remember you haven't spent a whole lot on Avalon just because of the nature of that planet. You know that there's a few different factions on Avalon, and you know that those who become is one of them. You just don't remember the particulars of them.
So this
Okay.
note that we found, is this some Tohath stuff or what?
There's no signature.
Oh.
Everything seems to kind of align with what you've learned about Tohac, but there's nothing to directly
Say that
tie
it was.
him to it.
Can I just kind of like take in the whole, like you said there was a bunch of notes on different planets. Is there anything that like is evocative of like robots in life?
The only thing that you kind of, as you're looking at this, and this would go for the whole party, as you guys kind of look at this and then kind of piece together what you guys have all experienced in this dungeon, it seems like whoever did the experiments here has been picking out life forms on other planets so that they know what type of life forms they could potentially
Manipulate. Interesting.
Is there any information as far as like if they've already been testing it? Like, is there anything that says yes or
Like on other
is
life
there any
forms?
Like
proof?
results? Yeah.
Yeah, like is there any proof that there are? Is there any proof of study that they've actually confirmed that they were able to take over a life form?
Only what you guys have experienced in the lair. So you guys have encountered fully
Oh, I
robotic
see.
rats that act exactly like rats, a fully robotic dragon that seems to act like a dragon would, uh, and kind of the in between stage. As far as any of these other types of life forms, you haven't um, seen anything specific, but it appears that whoever this was has kind of narrowed it down to Absalom as like the key to making it the most successful, but at least a partial step towards creating construct life forms appears to have been successful here.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of humbling, to be honest. I'm not sure how to feel about this.
Well, we know that he's doing experiments.
Yes. Well, jeez, is there any way out of this room, or is it just the way
It's
we
just been
came?
back the way you guys came, so it would take probably a couple hours to work your way back up all the 30 floors into back up to the original lair that you guys encountered Steel Talon, and then a little bit of time to get back to where like Wara was. As if you guys would like to head back, I'll proceed with that and describe kind of like interacting with Waro. Otherwise, you're free to do anything else down here that you like beforehand. But there's no discernible way to go any deeper or back aside from backtracking.
I'll just look
And
at
there's no windows or any cutways or anything in this house, in this room, right? Like there's
No,
nothing else in this room.
you guys are pretty deep into the spike, so it's not like it was never designed for like livable space. It was designed for like engineering type stuff. Someone has obviously utilized it for a different purpose, but it's not meant to necessarily be viewing outside in the nearby space station area.
I think I'll turn to the rest of the party, and I say, well, we have taken care of Steel Talon, which is technically the reason why we came down here. However, it may be in our interest as a group of particular people to go to Absalom and potentially look into what is going on there. What do you guys think?
I mean, I've never been one for extra credit. So we could go back.
That's where we just came from. Weren't we talking to like senior leadership?
Yeah,
Or they suggested we came here.
They're the one who sent the guy to check on the black box in the first place, right? What was their name?
Premex Kumara Melcruz.
Yes.
Is she on, or are they on Absalom?
Yeah, they're on Absalom Station.
Oh wait.
Okay, yeah.
What was the planet that we were just talking about a second ago?
Abalon.
Abalon, not.
Oh, those are
Absalom.
two different ones.
Yeah.
That really messed me up. Okay.
Yeah. Am I understanding this right? Okay. Is there anywhere on this map that will point where they're going to next? Because all it shows is where they've done experiments, right?
It doesn't even necessarily show where they've done experiments. It appears to you that the board is literally just like they're mapping out where they need to go. Essentially, they're putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Most of the planets just have markers of what creatures they could expect to encounter on the planet. The only one with something different is Abalon, which has the note where it talked about this is most likely the place. How did I word it? This is most likely the place to successfully create souls, and that they need to talk to those who become, and that they will see their brother soon, or save their brother soon.
Okay. I say we go to Absalom, where the map is saying they're going next.
Yes, I agree. We should go tell whoever it is that we killed Steel Talon, and then get the robot ass out of here.
I don't think we should tell anyone we killed the robot though, because they're still, well, I don't know. They probably still think it's alive. So let's not tell anyone. Let's just go there and do some research.
Well, okay. As you guys start making your way back up from the ghost levels, you'll actually run into Orotraxel just outside of Steel Talon's previous lair. How did it go below? Did you find the dragon?
We definitely found something. Well, yeah. I mean, to be honest, it was a little underwhelming. I figured it would be more of a challenge. This Steel Talon that's been so elusive.
Did I look at you? Underwhelming.
Hey, I took that flame attack directly to the chest. Thank you.
As yours probably singed.
Yes, he was such a powerful dragon that no shuriken or up close attack could even hit it in the first place.
Well, Premax was wanting me to bring you back to her office once you are done. They have finished with the black box, and she would also want to hear what you've encountered there to see if who she thinks is behind it has been involved.
Okay.
Sure, of course.
As Orotraxel leads you guys back up from the deep parts of the ghost levels up to the primary section of Absalom Station, and even further up into the her quarters up there, or her office. During this time frame, you guys all level up.
Yes.
We can get through like some of this backstory narrative stuff, and then we'll kind of work through the leveling up process if that works for everybody.
Yeah.
Sure.
As you guys kind of come into her office, as you recall, it's a pretty big one. She's got several of the like leather chairs for everybody to sit down.
As a robot, I never understood how humans kind of sit down, so I just stand.
T, on the other hand, will fully sit on the chair with legs crossed, foot up on their desk.
Oh my god!
The Premax kind of locks eyes with you, Shanti, for a little bit, waiting to see if you're going to remove your feet. And when you don't... So, I assume you guys were successful with Steel Talon? Was there anything of importance to note, specifically in relation to BRT, or is there any other details you could give me on what you've experienced down low?
Before I very eagerly... Go ahead.
Nope. You should probably say what you're going to say before I do.
Well, I was going to say, before he even finishes the sentence, right towards the end, I'm probably going to be like, what were you expecting us to truly find down there with the dragon? Because now I'm getting paranoid.
Well, I mean, I wasn't specifically looking for you guys to find anything aside for the dragon. I'm hoping that it was only the dragon and there's nothing else going on. Because if it is the person I think BRT is, this might be a significantly larger problem than just a dragon in the depths of Absalom Station.
Well, I mean, the short gist of what else we found other than Steel Talon, I mean, there are just rats and goblins where their bodies have just been taken over. Also, they're forging credits.
Yes, that's pretty much the truth.
Forging credits? What makes you think they were forging credits?
Well, they had two separate stations. Oh, geez, I'm spacing the specifics.
The slime thing.
Yeah, the two slime things.
Oh, I might have. So, for context, I might have described this wrong. The assembly ooze converts it to UPBs, which is what crafting is used to make. So, like, it's interchangeable for credits, but it could just as easily be used to create new weapons and armor. It's not necessarily creating credits per se.
Yeah, but
I
if it
kind of love that Shanti thought it was forging credits.
but I mean, if it can be used as if it can be used as credits as equal exchange, and they're just creating an unlimited supply of it, I mean, that's pretty shady if you ask Shanti.
He's more worried about that than the ripping souls out of bodies.
I said that first.
Yeah.
T is at the end of the day always been an economist. You know what I mean? He's really.
Are you guys filling in on any of the information you acquired at the Technomancery school, or just Steel Talon's lair?
I'll bring up we had been able to discover a back room to where his horde was. It looks like that maybe they had some sort of plan to go to Babylon. What's it called?
Avalon.
Avalon. So we might go take a look there.
Well,
And then I asked him, what do you know about transferring souls into beings?
what do I personally know? By the way, sorry, I butted out of. It's been a little bit since you guys have had interacted with Kumar. She's actually a female. I just don't have a great acting voice for female characters. I don't personally have experience or deep knowledge of taking souls and putting them into new bodies or anything of some such, but it seems everything is pointing towards BRT being Baron Rejuvenor Tohak. He was a prodigy technomancer who dove into this type of information more than any other students at the school. He comes from a family on the Aurora Atoll on Verces, which is where he's the Baron of. This is why I think BRT is probably Rejuvenor Tohak. The family has been rulers of this atoll for countless generations. But there was a tragedy in their family about 13 years ago. A rare disease called void decay outbroke on the atoll. If you guys would like, you could do a history or medicine check if you want additional information on that disease.
Yeah, I'll make the.
I'll go for a.
Okay. Shanti, you were doing one as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do medicine as well.
11 for medicine.
26 for medicine.
Perfect. John,
I have an 11 for medicine.
John and Raya, you guys aren't able to get a whole lot as you're kind of like thinking back. You know that it's a very hard disease to treat, and it's typically fatal. Shanti, you are a little bit more adept due to your mystic training and everything. The void disease gradually causes the victim to gradually fade from this plane of reality. Little by little, their body ceases to exist, and it reappears in the void dimension.
What?
Most individuals die of shock prior to the body finishing the transition. The process can take years to complete, depending on the vitality of the individual.
Wow.
Yeah, T just kind of sums it up for the rest of the group as it's scary. Don't let it happen to you or your loved ones.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, you're actually familiar enough to know, in addition, that it can be treated fairly reliable today, but that's mostly due to the funding from the Tohack family. They've been researching it, trying to save their own family's lives.
Gotcha. So it's like it's. I'm just kidding. That was a. Okay, sorry. That was.
The Premax will continue. Tohack's parents were consumed, and his brother slowly began to be consumed. Fearing the worst, Tohack sought out a different means for saving his brother. He enrolled in the Technomancery School with the goal of saving his brother's soul before he is completely consumed. As you guys are familiar,
Okay.
or you guys would be familiar, she doesn't know you guys know this. Tohack quickly made it through the school, although he was almost expelled due to his focus on soul research.
Mm-hmm.
He then disappeared until recently. It seems that his brother passed away during this gap in our information, which it seems you guys have filled in. Whether or not he was successful in transferring the soul like he intended is unknown. It seems that I would assume it's unlikely that he was able to save his brother, because anybody that's interacted with him since, he seems to have had his psyche broken. He continues to do his technomancery research, and just recently, the Pact Council has been told that a small army of a new breed of androids has started springing up on several planets in the Pact worlds. These new androids are slightly cruder than the older androids. They're not as refined. It's almost like they remember their life before being a robot. And on top of this, unlike our current androids where they're all humanoid, these can be any sort of model, any sort of life that's common to the planets. There are android versions of them now.
So the thing that his you said his brother and his parents got it. What is it again?
Void decay.
Void decay.
How do they get that?
It's kind of like any sort of disease where it just
spreads.
Happens. Yeah, you think kind of COVID or anything like that. Like, it's not as common as say COVID. I guess it would be better to use like cancer or something like that. Like just a random mutation happens. It spreads a little bit more than like cancer would, but it's more treatable these days. But specifically, whenever it hits the Tohack family, it quickly made its way through most of his family.
Well, there's his motivation right there. I think that's all that we really found that's worth reporting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In addition, the black box that you brought back, we have been able to scrub through it.
Fantastic.
Unfortunately, most of the information has been corrupted or erased. However, the technicians were able to ascertain that the ship came from Castrovel, and it spent several weeks on the planet before coming to Absalom Station. As you guys are probably familiar, Castrovel has a very high population of Formians, Belidias, and Shirans, which are the most easy races for the swarm to infect. Based off of what you've told me and what we found in the black box, it seems to me that we have two very looming threats. If you'd be so inclined, we'd appreciate if you pursued at least one of these. We'll send a task force out to the other entity to kind of track down and keep in contact with it, but please let me know which one you would like to pursue so that I can give you a point of contact on the planet when you arrive. You don't need to make the decision right now. In fact, what I would recommend is that you head down to the shipyards and commission an aircraft. Let them know that Primex has sent you, and you guys can have a ship constructed. It'll probably take a couple weeks for you guys to get it fully grafted for what you want, at which point we could reconvene and determine where you'd like to go.
Wow.
Okay.
Of course, I have always wanted to do something like this. We'll think about it, I guess.
Would you be able to give us some time to talk about it?
Like I said, take all the time you need. I would hit the shipyards first so that you can get the ship going and being built. Like I said, it'll probably take about 2 weeks between commissioning the spaceship and being able to use it. At which points we can meet again to determine where you'd like to go.
Spoken like a true NPC. Okay. So let's go to the shipyard. Let's go get ourselves a boat. That'll give us enough time, at least for Shanti and the little mouth person I forgot.
Sparks.
Sparks to heal.
Yep. So the 2 week period.
I mean, you both took pretty hard damage.
I think the only one that went below stamina was Shanti, but only maybe 2 points.
Yeah, I'm missing 2 HP, but
that's only 1 day recovery, so that's a long rest. So you guys get 1 HP recovered per long rest per level. So since you guys are level 3 now, so you'll get 3 HP regen per long rest. Stamina points all regen on a long rest.
Okay.
So you guys will definitely be back to full health. We'll take a quick break here. You two can start working on leveling up. I'll work with the folks here to level up, and then we'll kind of work on the ship. So basically, I'll pull it up in here, and we'll kind of talk through what you guys want. We'll kind of do this as what you're talking to the gent down at the shipyard on what you want the specs to look like.
Sure.
And then we'll give you the 2 week period to kind of downtime. You guys now have 1,000 additional credits, so if you're wanting to shop, chance to shop, any RP, any of that type of stuff. But we'll meet back in about 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
All right. You guys were heading down to the shipyards, yes?
Yes. To look for the One-Eyed Joe or something like that.
As you guys walk into the shipyards, you'll be greeted with a Kasatha, which is one of those 4-armed aliens. They've got a little bit of a elongated head. So it looks similar to Harold. This is actually Gerald. He's kind of in a mechanical outfit. You can see there's some grease stains and everything. And he'll greet you. Howdy. What can I do you for?
Certainly not an arm wrestle. I just looked
We
at
need
the
a
rest
ship.
of the group.
You need a ship? Well, what are you exactly looking for? And may I ask how y'all are paying? Ships aren't exactly cheap around these parts.
Would you consider a loan?
Can you put it on someone else's tab? What's that guy's name?
She?
The guy that sent us down here?
Premix Kamara Mellacruz, who told you to come down and let them know that you were coming from her office.
Oh, yes! Yes!
Yeah!
Oh, the Premix! Well, I assume she meant that you are on official Pact World business then?
Yes.
More or less.
Well, why don't we get started here? I assume you're wanting to kind of build it up from scratch with what type of things you want, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Well, for the type of ship, it looks like you guys are what, a party of 4 here.
Yes.
We've got the Explorer model that it's got good maneuverability. It's got weapons mounts on each side of the aircraft. So you got one on the forward, one on the starboard, one on the port, and one on the aft. Or sorry, I misspoke. It's got a turret which can omnidirectional. You've also got the OMA variant. It's got average maneuverability, but it's got a heavy gun on the forward arc, as well as a light. So you get 2 weapon mounts on the forward. And then you've got the transport model. Once again, it's got average maneuverability, and it's got a heavy on the forward and 2 turrets. So it's kind of dealer's choice on there. This would be kind of like your base frame.
Well,
I turn around to you guys with John, or not John, what's the guy's name, at my back, and I'm like, are we going to be facing enemies in space? Or is this is just a traveling ship, right?
Well, I mean, with my background, it's not uncommon, and we're expecting to go into dangerous territory. So I think we should come prepared.
yes, and just look how big the gun is on this OMA model. That's my vote. I don't know what you want, but that one sounds very big.
Yeah, we can call it the oh my god.
Okay, I guess let's go with the Oma.
All right. That's a placeholder name for now.
The OMA gun.
Well, with the frame that you pick there, you got a handful of options for your power core. I would recommend sticking below about 14 build points for your power core there. So I wouldn't go anything above the Arcus Heavy power core, so that would give you Pulse Gray or Arcus Heavy. The Pulse Gray is going to give you 100 PCU, whereas the Arcus Heavy is going to give you 130. So that's just kind of how much power you're going to be able to draw for your weapons and those types of things.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm kind of lost. Like, I genuinely don't know like what to pick.
So that's what I was getting with the max build points. It's saying don't spend more than 14. Arcus Heavy is going to cost you 13. The Pulse Gray will cost you 10.
So after this, how many more components do we have to use build points for?
Yeah.
Everything's going to cost some build points. So that's why the recommended design build, I enabled it as I'm walking through this, so that you're kind of budgeting as you're going, so that you're not consuming more than what you would think is important.
But either way, we're going to spend the bulk of our build points here on the engine, or is that what it is? Like, what is this? Okay.
So think of this as like the reactor and the ship that's powering everything.
Right.
Okay,
As you guys
say
level
that-
up as a party, your ship will level up as well. So
Oh, okay.
so you guys will get to
Okay.
retrofit the spaceship as you go.
What on a meta level? What does the bigger engine do?
So the bigger one is going to give you more power, essentially. So it's
Yeah,
only
okay.
30 difference, but like weapons consume both power and build points. So you want a decent amount of PCU to be able to power weapons, shields, armor, those types of things.
Gotcha.
Can you say the options one more time?
Pulse Gray is going to give you 100 PCU, or Arcus Heavy will give you 130. There's more expensive options if you guys are wanting to go higher.
I don't think we can afford it to go
Yeah,
higher.
You can afford it, you just might lose something later on because of it.
Let's go with just the regular one. I don't
Yeah.
think we'll need the heavy.
Cool.
Oh, dude, I've been waiting for this part.
Yeah. All right, so then we can go over to some armor. This will kind of just beef up what your AC is on your spaceship here. Um, once again, you don't necessarily need to have it. You can. They recommend not going more than about 23 build points, which that could get you as high as Mark 5 armor, which would be a +1 to AC. The downside to that one, though, is your turn radius is going to be a little bit, or not your turn, your I don't remember what TL is. You're going to take a little bit of penalty there for having the Mark 5. But you can go up to the Mark 4 with no penalty, and that'll give you a +4 to AC.
Wait, the Mark IV is that much better than the Mark V?
The Mark 5 is +5 to AC with a negative modifier.
Oh, I see. I thought you said +1 to AC. I was like, damn.
Oh, no. That's just Mark 1 will give you a +1 to AC.
Well, how much is the Mark IV?
It's going to consume 21 build points.
I thought how many build points do we have?
95 total.
Oh.
So it told you not to use more than 14.
And we've already used up how much?
You've used 30 of 95.
Let's go with Mark IV.
We're at
Can
60.
we change our mind after the process if we need to budget?
Yeah, if we start tweaking it, Gerald here, he would inform you if you're kind of hitting your limits and what you want to tweak. So we picked some armor. Do you guys want any shields? They don't want you to really use more than about 9 for what you got here. That would get you... The best options would be either the Aeon shields, which are 30, but they recharge 3% every round, or 3 points every round. Or you could go with the light shields, which have 60, but it takes 2 minutes for them to recharge 2 points.
Oh, so we want to get out of combat before the shield recharges.
Right, so you could go heavier on the shields, but a long time to recharge, or you could go lighter on the shields, but they recharge more frequently.
I think I like the lighter shields because I like the idea of really going hard in the weapons category, but that's just my opinion.
Those are the best within your price range. They do consume a decent amount of PCU, so that's going to be about 20. But you haven't used any yet, so that would still give you about 80 to use.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some cheaper ones if you're interested. Lower level Aeon shield and some basic shields as well.
What do y'all think?
What do you think? What do you think, Raya?
I mean, we could be building all this though, and we're not going to do any space combat. But we probably would do space combat.
Yeah.
But then I feel like it's a joke on us. We're probably not going to touch space. Yeah, exactly.
Who knows?
Who knows if we'll
We're sitting here deciding we're not going to do anything.
Yeah. Who knows?
I like John's method, but I'm also very nervous because I don't want to rely on folk. I guess, can we go over what our options are for the combat version of this? Like, what's our price points there?
Yeah, so if you guys would like to go out of order, there's computers, which would increase security, crew quarters, defensive countermeasures, your interstellar travel, so that would be like your...
warp drive.
Yeah, essentially warp drive. They call it drift in this. Your sensors, which is how you can scan other spaceships, and then weapons. So we can kind of go in any order you guys want.
Yeah, let's check out weapons first, and then we can go back to shields after.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so on your starship, you've got a forward, a port, an aft, and a starboard. They're all light weapons. They're going to come in a couple of varieties. So you have light weapons or like laser weapons which hit instantaneously, and some of them will have ranges and stuff like that. Then you'll also have ones that are kind of like rockets or like projectile.
Good.
These ones you fire and target, they'll move a certain amount of hexes on the space board. So think of like the squares whenever we're in combat. And then if they don't hit their target, you have to retarget the next round, and they'll move additional hexes until they hit their target.
Oh, interesting.
So you can miss with them even if you hit on the initial, because they have to travel so far.
Gotcha. I'm assuming the lasers don't do as much damage.
They don't do quite as much damage typically, and they might have shorter range. It kind of depends. You also have like ramming options. So kind of like going down the list, there's a garbage ejection system, which is a 5 hex range on it, and it moves 8 hexes at a time.
We just throw all our
You
shit
basically
out the
just
bat.
a light laser cannon, which is a range of 5 hexes, a gyro laser, range of 5, a ramming prow, which you literally ram with, flak spores, and that's limited to only 2 per combat encounter. Another ramming prow, a slow burn missile launcher, arcane rail, which is range of 5, a decorative ramming prow, a flak thrower, and I'm going in order of price as I'm calling these out.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm tempted to go for like a laser weapon. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like the idea of going a laser weapon and like maybe a ram too. I like the idea of like
Okay.
Yeah.
bumper cars in space.
All right, so why don't we do the ram first? I'm assuming you guys want that on the forward part of. And,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I guess I should describe this. So in Raya, you've done this, but for Shanti and John,
Yeah.
The starship, its orientation is important because where it is orientated determines what the weapons can actually hit. So
Right.
if it's on the forward, think of like a cone. It has to be in the cone in front of the starship when it's facing to hit with that weapon. If the enemy isn't in that like angle, you're not going to hit. You need to turn to put it in an angle.
Yeah, then I guess it would make sense unless we put it on like the leeward or the steward side.
Gotcha. So your ramming ones, there's a light one which does it damages the force field by 20. It's going to cost you 5 PCU and 3 build points. There's the minor ramming prow, which does 2d4, 1 PCU, 4 build points. The decorative ramming prow, 2d4, 0 PCU, and 5 build points. And then a light ramming prow, which is 3d4, 1 PCU, 6 build points.
I like the one that just straight up does 20 damage to force fields.
I think it's 20. Maybe I might be misreading that one, but
Yeah, I mean that sounds awesome. Like just ram their shields down and like fill them up.
Yep.
perfect.
Yeah, ram it and fill them up. That's what I liked in my spaceships.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you wanted a laser weapon?
Well, if that's what you guys want.
Yeah, I mean,
you
what
guys
do
have
think,
4 to
Brett?
select if you want all 4 mounts filled.
Oh, right, because we have the space for them.
Yeah, so you have 1 for the port, 1 for the aft, and 1 for the starboard.
Okay.
What do you think? Let's do 2 lasers and 1 rocket.
Yes, for sure.
So
I
there's
like that. So is the rocket going to go in the front or the back?
so the benefit of that
do-
one is you can kind of put it anywhere because it's going to move in a certain amount of hexes each
so
round.
great.
So like you can
Yeah,
fire
let's
it
put
from
the rocket in the back then. Yeah.
It has to be in the initial targeting arc when you fire, but then it can move after that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we put we put the rocket in the back, and if we're getting chased, we just lob rockets at them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the rocket variety, that's a garbage ejection system, the slow burn missile launcher, the light Aeon torpedo launcher, the light carrion missile launcher, light spore torpedo launcher, micro missile battery, Vandal rocket launcher, and the light cytoplasm weapons.
What's the Vandal Rocket Savage one?
So that's gonna. Its range is 20 hexes. It will move 20 hexes per round. It'll do 48, and it costs 12 PCU and 5 build points. You only get 3 of those before you're out and need to recharge your batteries on it. And then it's got a note here for Vandal drones. I'd have to look up. It looks like it might launch some drones out of the rocket on impact that can then do some additional damage.
Okay. Trying to think about what was the it was the one before you said something spore.
The light carrion missile launcher.
And what's the difference between the carrion and the Aeon? What's it?
The difference between those is going to be damage. So the Aeon does 3d6, whereas the carrion's going to do 3d8.
Okay. Is it just the amount of damage they do? Is what?
Yeah, range is the same. The speed of the torpedoes are the same. And then I guess the carrion also has the volatile special modifier edge.
What's the price point between each other?
Yeah.
The same? Yes, the same.
Oh.
Oh.
So literally we could go with either or.
Yeah. The volatile, let me make sure there's no negative impact of the volatile until like it does damage to you.
We're determining the type of rocket, right?
Yeah.
This is okay. Just double checking.
Volatile, it breaks apart when destroyed before its intended impact. When a volatile projectile hits a starship but a gunner succeeds at destroying the projectile with a point weapon, the volatile weapon still deals half its damage.
Oh, because like shrapnel and stuff.
Yeah, so like the other thing with your rockets is the other starship can shoot it down, or their science officer might be able to disable like the tracking mechanism on it. So what this is saying is if the enemy gunner shoots that one down, it'll still explode and do damage.
Gotcha. What do you guys think?
I was going to say that almost seems significantly better.
Yeah, because it moves 20 hexes, right?
It has a range of 20 hexes, so you can target up to 20 hexes away. It's going to move 12 at a time.
Oh, well, that's still faster than all the other ones we've read, right?
There's the spore torpedo goes 14, but you can only target 10 hexes away.
Oh, yeah. We should definitely go with that one. What do you guys think?
The first one?
The carrion missile launcher.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The shrapnel one?
Perfect. And then for your laser options, you've got the light laser, and once again, this will be in order of price, or at least build price. You've got the light laser, gyro laser.
Is that just a 360 type deal, or what?
Yeah, it's a broad arc, so I want to say think of like a cone. It hits in a cone instead of a. It's like a battery barrage sort of thing. Yeah. An arcane rail.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, the arcane rail does 1d4, but it's got mystical properties to it.
Sure.
A flak thrower, a mining laser, which has the burrowing property.
Oh, cool.
And I think that's it for light weapons.
I mean, I was just thinking lasers. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Let's see.
I do like the garbage one just for the memes.
Yeah.
I just like emptying out our stock and just I don't know. That's just funny.
So right now, what I'm tracking is you guys have one for the port and one for the starboard left.
Might as well just fill it up with some lasers, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, what are you guys thinking?
It was the light laser, and what was the other one?
Light laser, gyro laser,
Maybe we
arcane rail, flak thrower, and a mining laser.
Maybe we could
The
do
art, the arcane rail sounds kind of cool.
What's interesting is it actually seems to do the least damage. There's only a 1d4 on that. It does have the mystical property, which I'm assuming imbues it with some magic. When you're doing a gunnery check with a mystical weapon, you can use your ranks in mysticism instead of your other modifiers.
Ooh, I have a plus 13 to mysticism.
So yeah, if you were one of the gunners,
actually-
because we'll go over crew positions
Right.
during our like downtime period. So yeah, if you wanted to be a gunner, maybe you want the mystical weapon. The other options. Shit, let me close my tab. The other options were the Jesus. The light laser did 2d4, gyro laser 1d8, the arcane rail 1d4, the flak thrower does 3d4, mining laser does 2d6.
Okay, so the rail, that's the one that does 3d4. We may want to consider that for one of the sides.
The flak thrower,
Yeah.
How much is that one?
10 PCU, 5 build points.
Do we have enough?
Yeah, you guys have 85 PCU left and 42 build points left.
Okay, yeah, let's go with the rail and then the magic one too.
Okay.
For
So,
both sides. What, does
arcane
that sound good
rail
to you guys?
and flak thrower.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, do you want the rail on the port or the starboard? I don't know if you care, but
port.
port it is.
I would say I haven't watched Pirates of the Caribbean enough to.
Port, left-hand side. Starboard's right-hand.
Oh, okay.
All right, weapons are done. What do you guys want to work on next? You've got shield. Did we do shields? No, we wanted to come back.
Yeah.
So you still have shields, computer if you want it, crew quarters, countermeasures, security, and sensors. Oh, and your warp drive, if you want it. You don't have to get it. As of right now, the only places you are thinking about going is in the Pact worlds. So sublight would be fine.
Well, let's work on shields next.
Yeah, let's just maybe shields, and then we can just go back down the list.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So for shields, what it's recommending is no more than 9 build points. Which you could go as high at, and that's where we were talking about the Aeon 30 or the Light 60. Below that, you have Light 50, Basic 40, Basic 30, Basic 20, Aeon 10, and Basic 10.
Is our ship going to take damage when we try to ram people? Is that how that works?
I don't think so. I think that's the whole point of having the prow on it.
Oh, okay.
So the prow is designed to take the brunt of the force.
Okay. Well, I kind of like the idea of having the shields that recharge quickly.
Yeah, so you could go Aeon 30 or Aeon 10. So
Aeon 10 was the ones that take 2 minutes to.
no, so those are the recharge ones. So Aeon 10 is it has 10 shield and it recharges 1 per round. Aeon 30 has 30 and it recharges 3 per round.
What's the difference in build points?
Aeon is going to cost you 20 PCU and 8 build points. 10 is going to cost you 10 PCU and 3 build points.
I'm thinking about
let's
the
do
top
the
one.
Aeon. Yeah,
What?
the Aeon one.
Aeon 30?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you've got computer, crew quarters, defensive countermeasures, security, and sensors.
So computer like yo computer, Absalom 5, and it'd be like
It's basically going to give you bonuses to rolls if you put a computer in.
oh okay.
I was gonna
So
say I
like
have
if
a +9 in computers. Does that?
it has to do more with like when you're attempting rolls.
Okay.
So like if you're trying to do combat, so basically what it does is it adds a flat circumstance bonus to one or more starship combat checks just before you attempt a check.
Oh okay.
So it has a number of nodes. Each node grants its bonus to one starship combat check per round. So if you pick like the Mark 1 duo node, that means you get 2 per round, a +1.
Gotcha.
So this is only if you're looking for like circumstance bonuses during combat.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds useful.
So it doesn't have any recommendations here, so it's going to cost you PCU and build points. It's not a whole lot of build points, but the PCU, like even the mono node or the Mark 1s are all going to cost you 10 PCU.
How much would that put us at if we were to get it?
You're currently at 55 out of 100 on PCU, 71 out of 95 on build points.
Let's just
What
go
do
with
we
the
have
Mark
left after
1.
this?
Okay, so you want Mark 1s. There's the mono node, duo node, tri-node, or tetra node. And that goes in cost of build points 1, 2, 3, 4. All of those cost 10 PCU.
I think we just go with Mark 1 for now and we can upgrade it later.
Yeah.
You think?
So, sorry, all of those are Mark 1. It determines how many skill checks do you want per round. So you could go up to the tetra node, which gives you 4 skill checks plus 1.
We can just do the mono one.
Mono? Okay.
Well,
Or-
well, I just answered this saying to do several checks per round. How many checks can we do in a round?
So each person is going to... So there's 3 phases in Starship combat. You have the engineering phase, where the engineer gets to repair systems or like bypass or like those types of things. That could be a check. Then you have the helm phase, where the pilot is going to do a piloting check to maneuver the spacecraft and move, as well as the science officer can scan there. So that's up to 3 checks.
I see.
Your third phase is the gunnery phase. So the gunnery and however many gunners you have get to target and attack at that point. So depending on, with our party of 4, you're looking at potentially 4 checks per round.
Well, maybe we should do the one that has 4 then, because it costs the same. It costs the same amount of PCU.
It's just the build points a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was how much?
4.
4 build points.
That seems worth it.
Okay.
Okay, we should put a soft yes on that, just in case if we need to remove something later on for something else.
Gotcha. Next on the list would be crew quarters. So common, this would be like a hangar with beds, essentially. Good, these would be like dormitory style, so think like 2 beds per room. Luxurious would be like each person has their own room. So it goes 0 for common, 2 for good, 5 for luxurious.
What are the meta benefits of having?
You have your own room that you get to decorate, and it's your personal quarters. So like, personally, I would like that, but that's a me thing. You guys could also do, it's only 2 to do dormitory, so like you and one other person would share a room, sort of thing.
Well, since I'm a robot, I'm good just by standing in the corner. You know? So, like, if y'all want your own bedrooms, that's fine, but we don't need one for me.
With T's background of being a smuggler, the captain never really put too much expense in having her own cabins. So I'm going to
Never
leave
been
this
in
one up to
space, so
Raya.
Never been as
So, Raya's going
Huh?
to defer. So, all right. So, common is what you guys are going for. 0 cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defensive countermeasures. So, this is going to be like if the enemy's trying to scan you, you guys will get a plus.
Can I jam their shit or something?
Yeah. So it would basically be a +1 modifier to the DC check on that, or higher depending on how high.
Wait, what?
So, like if they're trying to scan you,
Uh-huh.
the DC for them being able to successfully scan you
it's
would be
bumped
higher.
up.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Where does that start at?
The lowest is a Mark 1, which is a +1 to that modifier. You can go as high as a +15, but that's going to cost you way more than what you have. You currently have 20 build points left.
Oh. How many more categories do we have?
Security and sensors, so 2 more.
Oh, okay.
It recommends not going any more than 8, which would get you the Mark 5 defenses, which would be a +5. Unless that's shared with security, which it might be.
Plus
Oh, I guess you have your warp drive still. If you
How
want.
many build points is the +5?
8.
And we have 20?
You have 20, yeah.
2 more categories. Yeah, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
we could put another soft, make this one soft so we
Gotcha.
don't.
For your warp drive, if you want it, you don't have to have it. It's actually quite. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was excited.
Oh, nice. It's not organizing the way I want it to. Yeah, I don't like how they ordered this. The lowest looks like 6, which is the basic drift. You don't necessarily need anything more than that. As you get higher, it just means less time traveling.
I mean, do we know how far away the place that we're going is?
It's the first planet next to the sun.
Well, it depends. It depends on where you're going. So there's technically 3 different planets that you guys have been privy to. They're all inside the solar system, though. So for sublight travel, that's 1d4 days to get to each consecutive planet. So Avalon is 2 planets away, so that would be 2d4 to get to it. Castrovel is only 1 planet away. That's 1d4. And then Verces is also only 1 planet away, so that would be a 1d4. If you have the drift and you use drift to travel, it's 1d20 hours to arrive.
Oh, cool.
And that's 1d20 anywhere in the solar system because you're like, you hop into an alternate dimension and then pop back out.
So is the how much is the CPU or whatever for the warp drive?
The basic one is gonna run you 6 build points.
What's the power it uses?
It doesn't cost power to install.
Oh.
You just have to have a minimum PCU associated with it.
I mean, warp drive just sounds fucking cool, but we don't need to get it if you guys don't think we need it.
I mean, I don't.
It's just
Can we
travel
still get
time as
there?
far as it's concerned. Unless you're going outside of the solar system, I wouldn't require you to have it.
Because like the only plus I can think of it for right now, because technically we don't need it, is like lessening the travel time between point A and point B is lessening the amount of chances bad guys can fuck our stuff up. But I don't know.
Oh, can we come back? Like, how hard is it going to be to come back and get that added on afterwards?
You don't. Every planet's going to have a starship dock, so you guys will be able to retrofit at any time. It just might be it's going to consume time
How many more?
It's like the Mandalorian.
whenever you level up. So
Oh.
it goes off an average party level for the starship level.
Gotcha.
I think we're okay without it right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Especially
so
if we're
then you
tight on budget.
yeah. Security. This is if you're like trying to prevent people from being able to board your ship.
Okay.
So it's like anti-hijacking type stuff.
Gotcha. Just hire a couple of TS.
Yeah, so it kind of varies. You have anti-hijacking, anti-personnel weapon. So like, I would assume this is like a heavy chain gun, like in the hallways to prevent people from boarding. There's a long arm version, biometric locks so the doors can like lock, computer countermeasures which like might prevent them from opening the airlock, a self-destruct system if you wanted it,
Oh.
a smoke screen, weapons hatches, emergency accelerator. I don't know that one offhand. So there's stuff like that. There's a cloaking, a cut rate version, a gray cloaking, a budget cloaking, a budget gray cloaking.
For the whole ship itself?
Mhm.
Okay, well, cloaking sounds cool. I also like the
It's expensive though.
Oh.
So the cloaking, the lowest, the cut rate is 15 PCU and 10 build points, which
We got
I don't.
14.
No, you're down to 12.
12.
We're not that far off.
How about the biometrics?
The biometric locks only cost you 5 build points. No PCU.
What was that thing that we said that would put the Mark... What is that? Some Mark 5 for the...
The countermeasures?
Countermeasures.
Yeah, so you guys did Mark 5. That cost you 4 PCU and 8 build points.
What is the tier down from that?
Mark 4, which would be...
Plus 4?
Plus 4, cost you 3 PCU and 6 build points.
Still not enough though, right?
Not enough, yeah. What do you guys think about this whole security stuff?
I mean, for cloaking wise,
I
like
think you could afford the cut rate. You just wouldn't have a whole lot left for sensors if you wanted sensors.
Well, maybe we can make adjustments if we want stuff from sensors.
Gotcha. Do you want cut rate for now?
I don't really know like how important the sensors will actually be. I mean, I feel like
That would be like finding weaknesses in a starship whenever you're doing like the gunnery phase and stuff like that. So the science officer
I
can
think that's
essentially,
important.
Make it where the
probably.
gunnery phase is easier.
So is it like sensors also like detect like rocket stuff and whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But that's assuming you have a science officer. So we haven't necessarily got to crew positions. So there are 5 potential crew positions. So you have a captain, a pilot, an engineer, or you only one captain, only one pilot. You can have as many engineers as you want, as many science officers as you want, and as many gunneries as you want.
Gotcha.
All right, so let's bypass cloaking and just get a strong sensor instead.
Oh, you don't want to get the cloaking?
I think picking between the two would be better to have a sensor.
Gotcha. So sensors, with how many build points you have left, you could go as high as ultra medium range. So you could scan up to 10 hexes away, and your modifier would be a +6.
That sounds pretty good, man. What do you guys think?
The max is the ultra long range, which you guys currently can't afford.
Right.
That would be 20 hexes away with a +6.
Okay. So it's like half as good as the max, right?
Half as good as far as range. The modifier is the same.
Okay. I mean, I think that sounds nice. The thing is, we don't have any security measures on our ship, period.
But that's assuming you guys are in a vulnerable enough position that people could even board your starship.
Says the DM to the players.
You guys just took down my big bad for the evening in 2 rounds, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves as me being that type of DM.
Well,
but you're right. We don't have any
like how much
security
was the
measures.
biometric stuff? For the security. 'Cause I feel like we got
Biometric was 5 build points.
Oh, Christ.
Which, I mean, in the long run, isn't that expensive. To be honest, I would almost say I would let it go a level or two before you get too worried about extra particulars, because you and me have yet to do any combat, so what's the most important isn't relevant to either of us, because
Right.
I don't know what's going to be important. Like, I know how combat flows
Right.
and what I could have happened in space, but like,
Okay, well, and
it's just like the crew positions. I can't tell you, like, definitely have a science officer over having a captain,
Right.
because I'll go over what the crew positions can do here in just a sec. But
Well, knowing that, then I don't know how you feel, Raya, but I'm down for just doubling up on sensors for now, then, until we level up for more build points.
Yeah, I agree. I think that might be better while we wait.
Okay.
Yeah, and that'll give us a chance to like kind of scope it out and see what we'll actually need once we're out on a voyage again.
Cool.
all right. Well, it seems like you guys got a pretty good handle on what you want for your ship. Do you know what type of style of ship, as far as, are you looking for the Kasatha, like, luxury style build, or are you looking for, I don't know, maybe the Sheeran biomechanical, where it's a living machine sort of spaceship, or, the Pac World standard model, which is the blocky warship looking thing? Or, I mean, if we're building it from scratch, you kind of have your pick.
Are we talking in financial terms or just what we want?
This would be flavors, so this would be like cosmetic, what it looks like.
But do we have to pay for that luxury?
No, this is 100%
No.
aesthetic.
I'm not opposed to any of those options, but I was wondering if you guys would be cool if we got it in red.
Fire engine red.
Yes. Just like in Lilo and Stitch, she took the red one.
Yeah, well, you're gonna make that suggestion, and the guy's gonna be like, "Oh, he took the red one."
This is, well, to be fair, I think he might have missed that session, but he's rocking fire engine red jump jets on his legs with his rusted black alloy rest
Well,
of his
and
body.
now a fire engine red arm as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think, honestly, I don't think we should ask for it and then just let them give it to us in red and then have John just freak out.
Okay, yeah, we'll play it like that. Is like they just assumed that John wanted it to be fire engine red.
Okay.
No one asked for it. But are you guys wanting kind of like the stock Pac World model, which is kind of a little bit more blocky looking, but it's reminiscent of just a standard spaceship? Are you looking for kind of like the Kasatha sort of ones are like sleek? They kind of look like they're aerodynamic if they were like in actual air. And there's like kind of like flowy like tails on it. The Sheeran ones kind of look insectoid, but they're biomechanical inside, so it's like a living system. So like the ship is alive, essentially.
Is there any that like have like an aesthetic reminiscent of Lashunta? Because there are 2 members of the party that are Lashunta.
I want to say
Those are the
Mantis.
antennas. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm down to be like more of an alien-esque style ship. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, so I don't think the Lashuntas have any specific, but I can drop a picture of what the Sheeran style looks like. It kind of reminds me of Halo.
Oh, like a banshee almost.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Where was that posted?
I'm dropping it right now, sorry. I didn't realize. Have you guys been trying to message me things in here? Because I totally have not been looking at the chat.
No, it's been
No.
more between me and Raya.
But that's
Oh,
like
yeah.
one of the models.
No, it's just
I'm
like a banshee.
That's dope.
Fully down.
That's dope.
Perfect. All right, so we'll go with that. Do you guys want the mechanical sort of concept. That would be more for like RP's sake in the interior of the starship.
On a meta level, that kind of freaks my Zeeb a little. John most certainly doesn't care. So, I'll leave that up to you two.
Yeah, my vote's for that one because that looks dope.
Okay. All right, so it's a biomechanical. You guys can get into how organic you want it to look. If it's like the doors are like fleshy, whenever they open,
like a sphincter of some kind.
Or if it's more like the living crystals that like on Stargate, where like the crystals power like the devices and stuff like that.
Right.
You guys can work through that as we play.
Okay.
Do you want to stick with the name of Oh My God?
Oh my gosh.
Or do you want a different
I think you should do
name?
OMAG. OMAG. Instead of Oh My God.
Gomad? What?
OMAG.
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 I like that a lot, actually.
Instead of Oh My God.
OMAG. Oh, dude, yes! Yes!
All right. We have successfully created our starship.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Sweet.
Now we just need to throw a bottle of champagne at it.
So it's going to take about 2 weeks for this to be built. Shanti, do you want the free captain's emblem to be on the side of the starship?
Well, no, I do not.
Cool. So for your guys' essay, what we'll also need to kind of hack out, this can change throughout combat and anytime you're in the starship. What roles would you like to have? So, like I said, there's captain, engineer, gunner, pilot, and science officer. You can only have one captain at a time and only one pilot at a time. The captain, your role is to encourage the crew while taunting your enemies into making critical mistakes. You can only, like I already said, you can only have one at a time. The captain can act in any phase. So, kind of your roles as the captain would be to basically boost either morale or like demand. So basically, if you're successful in your check, you might be like, I need the power now, as you're yelling at the engineer, and they can give them a +1 to their modifier when they're doing an engineering check.
Oh, okay.
Or you can taunt the enemy, which could result in them having a negative modifier in their rolls. The captain might not be super important, and you guys can kind of bounce around. So you could be a captain and the pilot, but you can only do one of those per round. So like,
Gotcha.
you can't do a piloting check and still do a captain check. You can only do one or other per round.
Gotcha.
So that was a bad example because the pilot kind of needs to do things every round. So you could be a captain and engineer. The engineer, you're going to be in charge of keeping the power core and stuff up and running. You will be able to repair items or bypass like damaged things if needed. So like if we lose shields or something like that, you can bypass power from something else to power the shields.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Cool.
The gunner, pretty self-explanatory. You get to fire the weapons. Depending on how many gunners we can set it up, it's either one gunner that gets to fire all the weapons, or you could have multiple gunners that are in charge of certain weapon systems.
Gotcha.
The pilot obviously is going to be doing the piloting checks and get to steer the ship. And then the science officer can scan enemy threats, targeting them. So you might be able to target the port side of the enemy aircraft, which would give your gunner a modifier to their rolls.
Okay.
Well, T is not very great with piloting at all. But
Yeah, I only have a 3 in piloting.
I'm relatively versed in charisma-based skills, so I mean, captain's role would fit kind of well, just with some of the things that you end up doing. But I also think that a gunner would work well too, just especially with our arcane rail.
So what I'll pencil in, unless someone has objections, is T is the captain in a gunner role. So that will give you the option of maybe one phase, because the weapon isn't in the right arc. You don't use the gunner phase, you use the captain. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But honestly, it's all up in the air for me. And like, to be honest, this could be an entirely fluid thing if we want to rotate roles. I don't really care either way.
Yeah, and that's
But
exactly how this works. You guys can do it in the middle of combat too. So like RP wise, it might be like, oh, someone needs help with engineering, so John jumps up from the piloting seats, and someone else takes over the seats. So the next round, it's someone else as a pilot.
Gotcha.
So
Raya, did any of those positions sound appealing to you?
I don't think that the character should be any type of captain, only because she's still probably not used to taking charge like that.
Sure.
So I would say either engineering or anything on the background
I was gonna
where
say,
she could be directed.
meta wise, engineer probably fits the best, being a technomancer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I was also thinking about the science officer. or
Science
whatever.
officer for John.
Yeah.
All right, Sparks. I think that puts you at piloting, which I think she's kind of good at piloting.
Oh shit! Yeah.
So your little 3-year-old or 6-year-old mouse is your pilot.
Perfect. Just make sure to keep them stocked up with some cheddar cheese or something. That's what they eat, right?
I love that. Okay. So that will get us through to our downtime. So, like I said, you guys have about 2 weeks to do anything on Absalom Station that you want to do. You guys can effectively take a long rest at this point, so everybody should be full health. I would say after about the first week, you guys could go do anything on the ship. So, like, the frame and stuff would be done. It just hasn't done, like, the final exterior, like, system checks and all that. So, like, if you're wanting to decorate anything on the ship, you could do that. And if you're wanting to perfect. And if you guys are wanting to do any shopping, same rules as last time apply. Anything that's your current level or lower, expect it to be on Absalom Station, just whether or not you have enough credits for it. Anything higher than your current level, you'll need to roll a D100 for to see if it's on Absalom Station. So I'll let you guys kind of. Well, I guess we'll just go around the room. John, what would you like to do during our downtime here?
If I wanted to like pull like, could I find like shoot, what's the type of paint John called that uses compressed air? Why can I not think of it?
Spray paint?
Yeah.
No, it's I know
like,
what you're talking about. Yeah,
like
yeah.
for like body shops and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why can I not think of what that's called? It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
I want to say it's just a paint gun, but
yeah, I wanna get some of that and maybe grab like the primary colors and like black and white. And how I don't know if it will take a day or two, but I want to like put some very tasteful spinning like in different orientations little like shurikens on the side of the ship to give a nod to Raya's very prestigious weapon that she uses.
perfect.
Yeah, so I just want to put like maybe like 2 big shurikens on both sides of the back of the ship, and then maybe 2 like smaller consecutive ones after that. I don't know.
No, I would say you definitely are able to find it. To have enough paint to do that on like the Starship, I'd say it'd run you 50 credits.
Okay, that's nothing.
So it's not nothing too crazy, just because it's a purely cosmetic sort of paint. But yeah.
Cool. I'll let you guys jump in so I can have more time to think about stuff.
Gotcha. So from there we'll go Raya. And if you guys want
Are we talking?
more time to kind of think through what you want to do during the downtime or items to purchase, we could take a quick break so you could kind of look through stuff as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through through stuff now.
Okay, let's call it
I-
9:15 if that works for everybody. We'll reconvene and kind of work through any items you want to purchase.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll reconvene. John, are you ready, or do you still want to search at stuff before?
No, it's back. We can get into it.
What I meant is like for items purchase. You wanted to look at items, right?
Yeah, some gadgets and whatnot, little gizmos. But I don't have a. Are there like any like type of anything that involves gravitational stuff? Like if I throw X thing, it'll pull people into this point.
I know there's some abilities that have that feature.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Let me pull up equipment so I can kind of look at this. You're looking at probably. You looking like our weapons, or are you looking for like a weapon augment, maybe?
Maybe I guess.
So option categories are armor, powered armor, armor upgrades, weapons, shields, ammunition, weapon accessories, weapon fusions, augmentation, which is like swapping out a body part, items, or rituals, which I don't think the rituals apply. Right
Yeah,
now.
I guess weapons.
Okay. Let's see. Let's filter this down a little bit. Do you want to keep it within your level range, so only up to like level 3, or you want to try higher?
I'll just keep it real at level 3.
Okay. There's an anti-gravity grenade. They create temporary fields of reduced gravity, so basically like the Spider-Man gadget that like forces them up off the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So if it's a 10-foot radius,
Okay.
and it's 2 rounds.
Okay. Yeah. How much one of those fetch me?
140 credits.
I'll buy 3.
Okay. So it's going to run you. Yeah.
Nice.
Keep scrolling through to see if there's something else that.
So 3 anti-grav grenades.
Yep. So they're anti-gravity grenade Mark 1. Do you want to look at the higher level one first before I guess we?
This will be sufficient.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that. I'll just
Okay.
spend that much.
And was there anything else aside from the painting that you did on the ship that you wanted to do during the downtime? Any RP with anybody? So, like I said, you have about 2 weeks to fill.
I'll
Stopping at the Old Galarian for a meal.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Raya and I will catch some lunch one day, and then realize that maybe we should show T. Bring him in on this like Greek food restaurant.
The one with the black, like, slime chicken bowl thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was a lemon chicken, and you thought it was delicious.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Outside of those little moments, I'll kind of wait to meet up with the rest of the party to talk about the direction we'll be going.
Okay. All right. So, Raya, is there anything you would like to do during this downtime?
So I'm looking at this weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But before I spend the 1,500 credits,
What?
so it's called the Scrambler Rifle.
Uh huh.
Wow.
And
What weapon type is it?
Huh?
What weapon type is it? The only reason why I'm asking is I want to look and see if you're proficient, so that you don't have the negative modifiers if you're not.
Oh, it's a long arm.
So you would take
This
a
is
negative
DC
modifier.
page 107.
Yeah, so you're currently only proficient with basic melee and small arms.
Okay.
Not saying that
Let
you
me
can't, because
filter that.
remember with the Carbon Edge Shuriken,
Yeah.
you can use them. It just you're gonna take a negative instead of a positive on your attack rolls.
Well, the reason why I asked is because it says by finally tuning the frequency of certain weapons, the engineers can temporarily disrupt telepathic communication, including the hive mind capabilities of swarm creatures. Cut off from communication with their fellow components, swarm creatures are disconcerted, even just for a moment, allowing the planet's resistance a chance to fight back. So, even if they're temporarily disconnected, would we be able to talk to the creatures? Or, like, how does this weapon work?
I would say that's one that we'd have to find out in use on how effective it is.
Okay, I mean, I'm not
Meta-wise,
proficient in it, and it's so expensive, so I'm not gonna get it.
meta-wise, I would say that it would disorient them for a short period of time, and then we'd have to RP how things play out from there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think other than waiting for the gun to be, or the ship to be made, because there's not much we could do, I do want to go back and research a little bit more about, try and find out a little bit more about, BRT, to see if there's anything else that I could find on his history about his, like, family since they were, like, sick.
Okay, give me
See
a
if I could, like,
historian check.
historian.
Mhm.
Let me see. Hold on, let me go back. A 20.
Okay,
Nice.
so what you're
I just
able
want
to
to see if I could birth certificate is really what I'm looking for to, like, confirm that his brother died.
okay. As you're kind of digging through here, you kind of get confirmation of everything that Premax has already told you. Tohak's family did get the void decay. Most of them have died. There's some, like second or third cousins that are still alive, but a good portion of his family died from that. His brother, due to his vitality, lasted fairly long. It was long enough that Tohak was able to make it through the Technomancery school. And it kind of lines up about the time frame of whenever Steel Town started to make some rumblings. So about 4 years ago, you got indication that he went back to his homeworld of Verces. There was a bodyguard named Sergi, who was specifically left to look after his brother during this time period, and was removed from his post at that time period, and his brother was laid to rest. There's no confirmation of what happened before his brother was laid to rest, just that the bodyguard was removed from duty, and then his brother was buried, essentially, or whatever. I haven't actually decided how I want that. We'll go with it's just a standard burial.
Okay. So there's information that leads to say that he actually did pass away and he's not out there still.
A body was buried.
Body was buried. See? Okay. Okay.
Dude,
That's all I really wanted to look. I'm not too concerned about the ship because I don't know much about the ship. I'm looking for the history, and then probably like I obviously probably know a lot about the planet already, so I don't need to find out more about the planet. I guess that's really all that I'm focusing on.
Okay. Shanti, what are you wanting to do during this downtime?
Gamble.
Um, partially. Um, but first day after we get done with the ship, he's gonna try to go look out an armor merchant, specifically looking for one that may be newer to the trade.
Oh my god! To take advantage of it.
So in the shopping district, there's quite a few different shops. You could see one. It's kind of like that Spirit of Halloween sort of location where it's like a new shop pops up every like 6 months.
Right.
Nothing can stay in business in the shop.
Oh yeah. I'd like to see like the grand like from previous times entering this establishment, like shops that used to be a liquidation store, the
Yeah.
newfound opening store is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it almost fittingly, the name of the shop is Absalom's Best Armor Shop.
yeah, okay.
Of course, that's
I
what
found
his
my-
name is.
I found my target. Yeah, I'm gonna walk in, with my hands in my pockets and kind of looking nervous, just grabbing things that look very cheap and checking my pocket and like just shaking my head and going over to something else that's cheaper until the clerk grabs my eye.
Hello there! What can I do you for?
Oh well, I was looking for some armor and it's just expensive, but I'm so scared to go out without it. And
Oh,
I'm. Do you have any recommendations?
well, I mean, looking at you here with your little captain get up, I assume you've had your share of adventure, yes?
Well,
I borrowed this.
I mean,
My brothers.
you know, I'm pretty new to the whole captain thing, and I thought having the attire would make me feel the part, and it's just not doing it for me.
Oh, well, I mean, you're a Lashunta, so I would assume light armor is what you're looking for?
Yeah. Um, I was considering the Skitterhide, if you have.
Oh, what level is that? Sorry, I don't have it up in front of me.
Skitterhide 1 is 3.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's a very common one to carry here on Absalom Station.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I mean, I saw your shop opening up, and seeing that you have the best wares, honestly, I'm a little intimidated shopping.
Shopping here.
Well, we got a couple different varieties here. What sort of color or like material you're looking for? You looking for like the little bit more leathery looking sort of it, or you?
Maybe something darker in tone. I'm not necessarily picky on the color. Maybe purple or darker. But I'd assume this store doesn't sell secondhand, right? As I kind of shrug and pull my pockets a little bit.
Not usually. It's I mean, Skitterhide tends to be sort of secondhand, anyways. If you catch my drift, I mean, it's made from the hides of destroyed undead. So, but I mean, not a whole lot of people like to mess with the Eox, so they are a little bit harder to come by.
Okay. So, would you think 900?
Ooh, I don't know about that. That seems like you're trying to lowball me pretty heavy there. Give me a persuasion roll.
Would you count that as diplomacy? I don't know if there's
Oh
an
yeah,
actual persuasion
diplomacy
roll.
would work there. I don't even remember. Was persuasion even one on here? No, it's not. Yeah, give me diplomacy.
All right,
Or not
14.
14. I don't know about that, Mister. The
Sorry. You're right. That's absolutely lowballing. I'm going to use my comedic timing.
Oh my god!
I meant to say 950. I'm gonna reroll real quick.
I was gonna say it calls for a reroll,
I
right?
meant to say 950 instead, sir.
Yeah. No.
I was joking. JK, oh well.
Well, that's a fucking 25. So
Wow.
there you go.
Well, seeing as you're a needy little bugger, and it's your first time being a captain, I would say you could that'll work. But I will say, if you happen to run into any Eoxium in this sort of armor, it may not end well.
I'm going to put on like like anime like sweat bead going down my face, and I grabbed the armor.
All right. Is there anything else you're wanting to do?
As soon as I step out of the store, like even if I'm still in sight, my demeanor completely changes, and I just walk down very confidently down the road.
How much of a deal did you just get?
About 250 gold off.
Nice.
Nice.
Or credits off, rather. Then I'm going to stop by that Greek restaurant. Really liked it. Gonna pick up some baklava to just walk down the thoroughfare and munch on.
Cool.
And then with my last 50 credits, I'm probably just gonna go to a tavern, let's play some dice or something until I run out, and just kind of chill for the rest of the time.
Gotcha. We might not have touched on it earlier. Did we decide who took what from Steel Talon's lair? I know we split the credits evenly. Who, if anybody, took the heavy armor?
I think I think John is the only one who could use the rifle and the armor. Everyone else wasn't proficient.
Yeah. Anybody could take it. Just whether or not they wanted to, I guess is. It was a Defiant Series Squad heavy armor.
Hold please. Defiance, what now?
Defiant Series, and then it's Comma Squad. It's a heavy armor.
Okay.
And then Arc Emitter Tactical, and that's a long arm.
Neither of which I can use.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys
I know
can use it. You just take some negative modifiers. So, and that also is options. Whenever you guys pick feats, you can pick the proficiency feat in those things if you choose. And if I recall correctly, Starfinder, every 2 levels you get to pick a feat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna redact anything, and I'd just be selling it for credits, so I'd rather someone be able to use it. So.
Gotcha. And the standard for selling items is 10% of whatever the initial cost is, or whatever the base cost for the item is.
Unless you have a diplomatic master on your team, such as T.
Hopefully.
No, but that's pretty much all I wanted to do, and T is fine with just handing over the loot to John, just taking my 1,000 credits.
All right, Sparks, what would you like to do during this down period? We'll say kind of reminiscent to how Sparks joined the party. She's kind of just like shadowing all of you guys as you're running around, doing the things.
Sure.
In the background, just eating blueberries as we're going around.
She made her own like homemade like what's it called granola like mix. You know what I mean? In her own mason jars.
So you'll hear her like make little quips every now and then of like as John's like painting the starship, like, oh yeah, make sure that one's the brightest red, and like,
Sure.
and she's got so she's like, there's like a section on the ship that's like this 6-year-old style like finger painting.
Oh God. Okay, I'll allow it.
Uh, but outside of that, you guys will all reconvene. Basically, like the ship has been christened, and you guys can get ready to set out. The Premex comes to meet you guys at the docks. So, have you guys decided on where you would like to go? What you would like to focus on?
What was your 2 cents, Tucker?
Oh yeah, I guess I skipped over letting you guys. No, before this, if you guys wanted to meet up to discuss where you wanted to go, please do that now.
Yeah, we'll talk over kebabs.
Yeah, let's see. To be honest, I
I guess meta-wise, which threat are you guys more interested in? So like I've enjoyed as a GM seeing you guys swing back and forth on which one seems to be the most important to you. So now it's the actual call on which one you care about the most.
Well, I'm just excited to get out on the ship. It's been a long time since I've been out at sea, as he does quotations, and it seemed like we should follow our leads to continue our main quest. I forget the name. I mean the planet that's referring to Homeboy, who knew information about Steel Talon.
Hey, so you're talking about Xerxes or whatever it's called?
So there's 2 options for Tohac. So you have Avalon, which is the
Some kind of cults there or some shit.
So Avalon is the closest planet to the sun. It is inhabited mostly by androids because the planet, that's where the original androids were created. The creators have left the planet, so no one knows how to make androids anymore, per se. So it's a lot of sentient robotic life on the planet that lives it because it's not overly inhabitable due to its proximity to the sun. The other option, if you're going after Tohac, is Verces.
Verces, that's what.
Which is where his actual island that he's the Baron of resides. Xerxes or Verces is what they call tidally locked, so it doesn't rotate. Because of this, one side of the planet is like overly hot desert wasteland sort of thing. The opposite side is like super cold ice, Arctic waters and stuff like that. There's a ring around the equator essentially that is like inhabitable life.
Oh, cool! And that's where
his atoll is.
Oh, so atoll is just like a ring around the planet.
Well, the atoll is like an actual island.
Oh, gotcha.
So there's an island in this livable region.
Gotcha. Okay.
I say that we go to Verces because honestly, I've had enough with trying to fight robots in general. It's not my specialty, so I say Verces.
The only problem I have with that is if we go to Verces, we may find out old, past information about Tohac. But if we go to Absalom, we might be able to find current information on Tohac. I don't know.
But if Verces is supposed to be Tohac's original home, surely we can find more whereabouts and more personal information about him.
I look over at Raya to see what she has to
Well,
say.
I don't know. I don't know that we need to find personal information because that's already all been documented from what I told you guys. I already did a deep dive. Is there something specific that you're trying to find, T?
Peace and mind from fucking robots.
Hey, we are not just a bunch of ones and zeros.
No, you're much more than that, and I can barely handle fighting you. You're just fine, John, but I don't like fighting you.
Well, so meta-wise, just to make sure you're on the same page. The constructs you've encountered, you can't form a mental link. You can do that with John. So there's a disconnect between fully sentient androids and what you've encountered so far. So
Well, and to be
Tohack is
fair,
trying to create the same type of android life that John is.
right, but isn't John kind of a special case anyway?
He is, but he falls into the same category as an android. So if you were to fight him, you could use mental abilities on him.
Okay, I could be convinced. It's also like, isn't our other option like super close to the sun and we have a brand new spaceship?
Well, I don't know how piloting a ship near the sun would go, but years and years of mathematical science has figured that out for us already.
I don't care, honestly. I'd like to go down main quest route if we can. Either option is good.
Well, Avalon is still kind of main questy, right?
So I'm giving you option for two main quests. One of them can go two directions. The other one is a single. So you only have one plot point for the swarm. If you go the Tohack route, then you have two options. So I will make either of them main quests.
Well, I guess so. Are we chasing the swarm or are we going to chase Tohack?
T's vote is for Tohack.
My vote is for Tohack.
Okay, so we decided that. So then it's Absalom or Verces.
My vote is for Avalon.
T would prefer Verces, but is fine with either.
What's the tiebreaker?
Oh God. Where does Spark want to go?
Yeah, what does Spark want to do?
I hunt the bad guys.
I hunt the bad guys.
I would like to go. I would like to follow the map, which I think is Avalon, right? Because I think that's where they were leading to with all the new creatures.
I do agree. It seems you guys have been involved with Tohack more than anybody else up until this point. And while it's always beneficial to go back to the roots of whoever you're going after, based off of our intelligence, he spent a very minimal amount of Verces after he left Absalom Station before he departed and started going across all the different planets of the Pact worlds. I think the key to anything doing with Tohack is probably on Avalon. In fact, I gotten dossiers for any potential area that you would go. But for Avalon, your point of contact will be Tuske. She's an Oried nanocytes. Are you guys familiar with nanocytes?
I am, but you can remind me.
So, nanocytes are people that have been infected. Essentially, what has happened is her body has been injected with a series of different types of nanites that will allow her to manipulate different things. She's not a big fan of it, though, because being a natural species such as herself, it's an abomination, and it is slowly spread across her. But I wouldn't bring it up too much. She is a little bit self-conscious. For those of you in the chat...
Can you say the name again?
Tuske. Tuske. And she... looks like this. I mean, I'll give her another character description whenever you actually encounter her, but
Dope.
and that's for you guys.
She's cute.
Wow. Wait, she also Lushita?
No,
Oh.
she's Oread.
Oh.
Oread. For your guys' essay, Avalon is 1/3 standard gravity, so
Cool.
a
Jumping around and shit.
little bit. Atmosphere is thin.
Doesn't matter to me.
A year is 90 days for them,
Oh, because they're so close to the goddamn sun.
and their day is 12 hours standard time.
Oh, so
Jeez.
half the day, like... Wow.
I will start working on a task force for the swarm. If you happen to finish your things with Tohak, I will direct you to them to help follow up. But hopefully, both you and this task force will be successful. Good luck, and may you safely make your way to Avalon.
Thank you, we will. Did we establish who the pilot was? Oh, Sparks.
Sparks. So we'll start burning that bridge here in just a sec. Is there anything you guys would like to do as you're boarding your ship? Or your initial setups, any RP leading into that?
Yeah. Hold on, sorry.
Or questions of all the stuff that I just described. Either or.
With us having a new ship and now taking off to the blackened sea above, we need a name for the vessel.
Oh, I got it. How about Big Red?
Wait, didn't we
I'm
already
just shaking
discuss
my
this?
head.
Right?
Did we talk about this?
Yes.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
You guys have named the ship.
But I
and
don't
it's
think we
Fire
are. I
Engine
don't
Red.
think we RP'd it.
No, you didn't RP it.
Wait, what was the name?
OMAG.
Oh yeah,
So
OMAG. That's
OMAG.
right. OMAG. That's right.
But we
Sorry.
didn't RP it.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
So that's when I look at John and I'm just shaking my head. Not everything can be a big bright cherry, John.
Our cherry's red.
What were you suggesting, T?
Well, it's more joking than anything. The oh my god, just because it sounded similar to the body style we chose.
Yes, and OMAG is a evolution of that name as well. It's just oh my god, except with the odd at the end. Do you see the cleverness? I mean, it has nuance.
But
Okay. Is that what we're really going to call the ship? OMAG?
OMAG. Hey, I think it sounds cool.
I think maybe we can come up with an abbreviation for each of the letters.
Sure. How about O stands for OMAG, and then M stands for OMAG, but with the M.
With med stands for med.
Right.
Oh my
E stands
gosh.
for ed, and G stands for g.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I walk away. OMAG it is.
Yeah, I slap. I like most humanoids, they can't resist the urge to slap the top of the door threshold, stepping into the ship.
I think that's all I wanted
Alright.
to do, though.
Perfect. As you guys make your way into the ship, I assume you guys had kind of like walked in it over the last week or so, as it was, the interior was available. But you'll kind of see it's this sort of hybrid interior. While not like the fleshy looking living material, you can see that there's a lot of like crystals. So it's almost like this being inside like a crystal-like cave. The
Cool.
material's metal, but there's like these glowing crystals along certain panels and stuff like that,
Cool.
which is what powers all the different components. It took you guys a little bit to get up to speed on the nuances of this versus, say, a standard button pressing model, but once you got the gist of it, you do, oh, I move this crystal here, it'll activate this device. You get your setup in the sort of like cockpit area of the vessel. There's a piloting seat, a science officer seat, and a spot for our gunnery and / captain to sit. Meanwhile, the engineer, you will have a spot back towards the back end of the ship where the actual power core resides, with a console there so you can kind of monitor all the different systems and have direct access to the engine.
Cool.
As you guys get ready to take off, Sparks, please give me a piloting check.
Hey. $18.
Nice. As you guys take
Nice.
off,
Oh, 18 plus 6, so it's like
really high.
24.
Sparks, being a natural at the helm here, she takes it off. All of you guys feel a little bit uncomfortable initially because if you've been in a larger vehicle and like they're whipping into the parking spot, it's sort of that sort of thing where she's like backing out of the dock and turns immediately without hitting anything, and you guys realize it was all skill based and not just her jerking the control. As she takes off, are you guys taking drift travel or are you going sublight?
We didn't end up getting the warp, did we? Oh, we did? Well, then. That's
Or wait,
warp.
I thought, right?
I thought.
Okay.
I thought you got rid of it.
Systems. That's power core. Oh, nope, yeah. Okay, sublight. So roll me 2d4, take the lower of those.
Are we doing this like typical fast travel style where we can only warp to places that we've been before? Or how does that work?
What was your small, or what was the lower of the two?
Oh.
So it's going to take you guys 2 days to travel between the two. You okay?
Yeah.
Between here. Oh shit. Roll 2 more again, sorry. So that was 8. And then I want the lower of it because it's 2d4 to, yeah.
So both
I want the lower
numbers.
number
Uh-huh.
of it because she did so well in her piloting check.
Oh, okay.
So this is her navigating to
A 1.
a 1 and a 2, so 3. So it's take you guys 3 days to get to Avalon based off of how well Sparks was able to plot out your guys' course. Is there anything you guys would like to do during this 3-day period?
Really just figure
yeah.
out how I'm going to charge myself with this biomechanical ship. And that's about it.
I'm probably going to read about the ship so that I can learn more about the ship.
The owner's manual? Sure. it's
in the let's see.
You were saying, T?
Sorry. So is there like an airlock that like hold on, let me look at the picture of the ship here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I will draw up like an actual map for the interior of the ship after this. Now that we've decided what it looks like, obviously, this artistic as I am, it'll take me a little bit of time to actually draw this up. I just don't plan on
Uh,
having combat inside the ship at the moment.
Right.
I guess T will find a moment to talk to everybody to let everyone know of kind of some fail safes of traveling here. Uh, just want to let everyone know if should there ever be an emergency where uh, airlock is destroyed or for some reason we're going to lack oxygen on the ship. I have a spell that will save us in a pinch. Only lasts about a day though. Um, But aside from that, everything looks pretty solid. It's I've never worked on a ship that's this shape before, but it's interesting to say the least. And aside from like small conversations of like experiences of different parts of travels that Shanty has been on, uh, he's just going to be staring off into deep space and spacing out.
Raya, is there anything you'd like to do?
All I'm gonna do is look at books to see if I could kind of help figure out how to manage the ship, and then read more, catch up on Avalon, and then try and like learn experiences from Shanti, so I know what to prepare because I'm probably low-key freaking out that I'm in a ship on an actual mission now.
Right.
And John.
Let's see here. My AI is starting to just like produce like potential different outcomes of what could happen to John and what he knows about himself and how that could potentially be changed. But there's too many uncertain factors in all of his like equations, which if he was able to, he would start to feel worried or anxious. But instead, this manifests him sort of picking up the paint that's chipping off on his brand new arm he installed. Much like Shanti, I'll, aside from small talk, just kind of like be kind of deep into my mechanical ways of thought.
Sparks, during this time frame, she would be kind of super fidgety sort of thing, where like she'd plot the course and then like set at the helm, but like quickly get bored with that, and then go do something else. And then get bored with that, and then go do something else. Where she's like running around constantly doing things, but like never sticking to something for more than an hour or two.
Just a lot of unfinished projects suddenly everywhere.
Yeah. On the second day of your guys' travels, you kind of encounter a like sort of like asteroids. It's not like an asteroid field, but there's some debris lingering around, and in the distance you can see what appears to be a how did I describe this vessel? It's a little bit of a sort of cruiser-style vessel. You can tell that it's kind of geared more towards combat. For the folks in the chat here, it looks like... this.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, Christ. Sparks will kind of chirp up.
How much bigger is it?
It's the same medium-sized vessel as yours. Like, slightly larger, but same weight class, essentially.
Gotcha.
T, there's a vessel here. Do Do you recognize anything with it?
Do we have any means of like looking a bit closer?
There's a viewer screen that kind of like can zoom in.
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
moment, if you look at Roll20, it is, and I'll throw it on the board here for you in just a sec, John.
Zoom. Enhance.
It's about 11 hexes away. There
Okay.
is a one asteroid sort of in between you and it at the moment.
Right, and our scan can only go up to 6, right?
No, it goes up to 11, right? Or 10?
The sensors. It's got 12.
12.
Okay. T will immediately get up from his relaxed position in a very serious manner now. Like, seeing his motions, you can definitely tell he's spent a lot of time on ships. Just so quick and urgent to task, and tries to get a closer look to see if he can recognize the ship, or if there's any identifying symbols, and then he'll go and use the scanner.
See, as you hop on the scanner and you're starting to get a better view of this, the first thing you're going to notice, and it's a little disconcerting, is there's a free captain's emblem on the ship.
Okay. So, I don't know who exactly this is, but I used to work for this crew, or at least part of the branch that this crew works with. The free captains. Let me see. I might have something that we can show relative things here. Let me see what I've got in my inventory. I mean, aside from like insignias like on my old clothing and stuff, I don't know if I have like a three captains flag or anything on my person.
Even if you did, the bigger issue is they aren't open to hails. So, like, you can't contact this ship at the moment. It appears that they're moving in to attack.
All right. I'll go and man the guns. If somebody else wants to assist me with that, we're going to need somebody to stay on standby with engineering just in case if we take damage, but it's looking like we're going to have a fight coming up very shortly.
I'm freaking out.
Okay, so there isn't necessarily an initiative roll for space combat. So how this will work is we work in phases. So there's an engineering phase, then we'll do a helm phase. The helm phase will kind of dictate who moves first. In space combat, it's actually beneficial not to move first because you get to see where the enemy moves, and then you can position your spacecraft in relation to them.
Right.
So if you get the higher check, we'll go step by step through this. If you get the higher check as a pilot, you get to move second. And then we end with the gunnery phase.
Okay.
So starting us off with engineering, the options you have currently are diverting power and holding it together. Or holding it together, quick fix, and patching. The only one that kind of makes sense at the moment, because we haven't taken any damage, is divert. You have the option to divert auxiliary power into one of the starship systems, giving it a boost. So if you pass the check, you can send it to the engines. This will increase the ship speed by 2. If you send it to science equipment, the science officer gets a +2 bonus to their check. If you send it to weapons, each damage die that rolls a 1 is actually a 2. And if you send it to the shields, you can restore amount of shield points. Would you like to do that, or would you like to pass on this engineering phase? Raya.
Well, we know for a fact they're gonna attack, right?
Every indicator points towards they're going to move into attack. They've disabled hails, so you can't contact them, and they're moving towards you. You haven't done a scan yet. That will be in the next phase. But everything currently points to them getting ready to attack.
Okay, then what's the one that I could put towards the weapons? Do I have one?
Yes. So if you succeed on your roll, the DC is going to be 14. If you roll a 14 or higher in engineering, you will make it where our weapons, if we happen to roll a 1 on a damage die, it's actually a 2.
Okay, and you said on engineering?
Yeah.
I got a 21.
Nice.
Perfect. So during our gunnery phase, any damage die that roll a 1 will actually be a 2.
Okay.
And Shanti, if you prefer to do captain, just let me know versus gunnery. But I assume you're going to probably want the gunnery phase. So.
If I were to go gunnery phase, could I relay something to Sparks while I'm doing that? Or would that require me to be in captain's seat for this round?
So you only get to pick one. So you either get to do a captain action or you get to do a gunnery action.
All right. Can you describe to me what all can be done in a captain's action?
So captain, so you can demand, encourage, taunt. Demand. That's where you demand a crew member to improve their performance. If you're successful, you give them a +4 to any check that they do.
All right.
This could result in negative consequences. Encourage, it's a +2 to their check, but there's no negative consequences. And since their communications are down, taunting wouldn't work. So you could demand or encourage if you wanted as a captain, but then you wouldn't be able to attack unless someone else does the gunnery phase.
Right.
Okay. Let's see. John, would you be able to man guns for this round?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna demand, Sparks, I need you to veer right. We're going to use the arcane, what is it? The arcane rail is what it's called?
Yes.
Yes.
Because that's on our port side, right?
I think you've got it mixed up. The arcane rail is on the port. That's the 1d4 magic gun. The flak thrower is on the starboard. That's the 3d4.
All right. Okay, so we're going to. I'm going to command that Sparks goes directly straight, and then I'll give the bonus to Sparks piloting checks.
DC check is 17. Intimidate.
Oh, okay. I'm good at that. Sorry, Sparks. Gotta do what a guy's gotta do. 22.
Nice. You don't have to yell at me.
Sorry, I'm excited. Keep going. You've got this.
All right. John, if you'd like to roll for Sparks, I'm going to roll the piloting check for the enemy.
11 plus 6, 17.
17.
What's 11 for me?
11 plus the 4 from that, so that's 15 plus. We're piloting is a +6, so that's 20. 21, yeah.
Oh.
And there's. I need to pull up. There's Joe Black. So you will go second, which is what you want. The silent vortex is going to move is 10. So it's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's going to turn so that its port side is angled. Like that. Alright. So our turn, we can fly. And I'll let you guys kind of make the call since Spark is off. So you can just fly up to your speed. You can do maneuvers as well. Or you can do some stunts. So there's backing off, where you move up to half your speed in a direction of the aft edge with that changing facing. Barrel roll, which gives your next gunnery phase port shields and weapon functions if they were in the starboard firing arc, vice versa. So basically you're like rotating, so if you want a different gun, you could do a barrel roll to flip the side.
Okay.
Evade, you can move up to its speed and turn as normal, but it gains a +2 to its AC. Flip and burn, this is where you move forward up to half your speed and rotate 180 degrees to face the aft edge. So basically you fly forward and then turn around sort of thing. Flyby, where you fly and fire at the same time. Or you could just do a fly and maneuver as needed.
I guess just like to get as close to what Shanti was saying, like
Yeah, so he wants a flak thrower, so she's going to get a plus, or we already did that. It's got a range of 5 hexes, and they've already kind of angled themselves, so really all we need to do is turn. But because of the new maneuverability of the aircraft or spacecraft, we need to move 2 hexes before we can turn to kind of angle it.
Oh, okay.
Unless she does a maneuver which would reduce it to 1 hex before she can turn.
Okay. So, is it like a piloting check or something, or?
To reduce it, if it's just standard flight, she doesn't need to do anything except move. She already did her piloting check.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, are we in a position to be able to use the flak thing?
Currently,
Oh, I see.
you guys are. The arc would be like that, so it would just barely be in your flak right now without moving.
Yeah, let's fucking go for it.
Okay, so now into the gunnery phase. How this works meta-wise is everybody fires at the same time. So, if both of you hit, damage will happen at the same time. So, like, if you were become disabled, it would happen after you'd already fired, and vice versa.
Okay.
So for UT, John, if you're wanting to attack, you could do fire at will, which allows you to fire a weapon twice with a -4, or you could just fire standard.
So let's fire at will.
Okay, so roll 2, -4.
What modifier am I adding to this?
You get a bonus from the engineering team.
That's on his damage rolls.
Oh, right. Can't roll lower than a 1. I roll lower than a 2.
I want to say use your ranged attacks as your dex modifier, so it should be a +6, I think, for you.
But, well, the modifier is +3, but the attack bonus is.
The
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the attack bonus. Yeah.
All right, so 2 shots. Here we go. 17 plus 3, 16 for the first hit.
Okay.
Ooh. 3 for the second hit.
The first one hits.
Okay.
Second one does not. And you were using the flak cannon,
That's
right?
3d4, right?
3d4.
Okay. So that will be...
Your minimum roll is 2.
I just rolled a 1, so that's a 2.
Yep.
Rolled another 1, so it's a 2. So 7 points total from the flat.
Perfect.
Wow, look at us working together.
Yeah.
All right. And based off of how it's angled, it's going to fire its gyro razor. Gyro razor. Laser.
Luckily for us, we already shaved this morning.
Which is a 9-day hit, which does not hit you guys. You said how much damage was that?
7 before?
All right, back up to our engineering phase.
I'm gonna make the same move, right, where I keep pushing it towards our weapons.
Okay.
Cool.
Give me the DC
Engineering.
13.
Oh, got another 24.
Nice.
Perfect. All right, to our piloting phase. You want to roll for
yes.
Sparks?
Sparks gets a... rolls a 5.
You guys still have a higher. Seeing as it kind of took some damage, it's gonna move so that it's kind of firing from the aft. And then you guys can position or stay the same, whatever you feel most comfortable. So right now it would be in your aft arc.
I think we should do a 180 and ram him.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
You guys agree with that?
Sure, why not? Let's try to ram this motherfucker.
Because we don't take damage from ramming it, right?
Nope.
They're not going to expect us to fucking run into him.
Okay. So, to do that one, that would be a... give me another piloting check.
16 plus 6, 22.
Perfect. So how this is going to look is Sparks, feeling the pressure of Shanti breathing down her neck, she's going to use half your guys' movement speed to move forward, and then she's going to flip it to come back.
Cool.
To ram into it. Or to set you guys up to ram.
Okay.
So, kind of up, flipping back around.
In.
Like that. Alright, that gets us to the gunnery phase. Shanti, since you did not do anything, or John, if you want to do science officer things, we can do that now before we go to the gunnery. So that would be, if you like to do those things.
I don't think it's relevant right now.
You can target a specific system on the enemy starship. If you succeed, you can choose core, engines, life support, sensors, or weapons. The next attack made by your starship hits the enemy ship, scores a critical hit on a natural roll of 19 or 20, and it would affect that chosen system. You can redirect. You can balance the shield's redirecting power, which is irrelevant right now. Locking on. You can lock your starship's targeting system on one enemy vessel. You can spend resolve points, which will give your gunners a +2 to the gunnery checks. You can do improving countermeasures, or you can do a scan to learn information about the ship.
I'll just try using a scan, I guess. Why not?
Okay. The DC isn't very high on this, so give me a computers check.
Computers will be... Oh, not good.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That's only an 8.
Okay. When you roll?
Yeah, 6 plus 2.
Well, luckily, it was only an 8 for the DC.
Hey!
So, what you're able to learn is that the Silent Shadow is a...
Fancy. I'm just kidding.
Or Silent Vortex, sorry, but yes. Its size is medium, which you kind of already knew. It's also an OMA class vessel, which means it's got average maneuverability. And what else do you get off of this one? And its speed is 10. Or speed is, 10.
Okay. Great.
Cool.
I'll just speak that into the intercom of the ship.
All right. Shanti, you are up. Give me a...
Dude, I thought your cat jumped in there or something.
I thought that happened too.
Give me a melee attack for your ramming.
Okay. What do I need to roll for that? I'm sorry.
D20 plus whatever your melee modifier is.
Based off of my melee modifier?
Yeah. There's nothing special. Like the gunnery, it's whoever's in charge of the gunnery is going to determine how well it is. It's not based off of the ship itself, per se.
Well, shit. Okay. Okay. Well, despite my hesitation, that is a natural 20 with a 22.
Holy
Perfect.
shit.
Okay.
You make solid contact as the ship moves in to ram. Let me see if this hits, because it is a crit. That's not what I wanted. You notice after you kind of make contact with the side of the ship, whether it be because of how they had oriented themselves in relation to the OMAG, you see the engines sort of sputter as it takes this damage.
It's on red hell?
Okay.
Maybe.
Oh boy.
Or at least the engines.
Is that a set amount of damage, or do I need to roll for it?
That was the set amount, right, with the prow. That was the force field 20.
Right. Okay. Solid hit. Solid hit. Keep the ferocity going. Ram again.
All right. Back up to the top with our engineering phase.
I guess we're not doing bad with damage, right? Like we're not hurting.
You have taken 0 damage so far.
Yeah. So okay, let's just keep going on with our weapons. Is there any way for me to fortify the weapons or anything?
What do you mean?
Or the like if it's because I know we keep talking about doing the
So if your options of
like
diverting
ramming.
power to, you can send it to the engines to increase the speed. You can send it to the science equipment, which gives your science officers +2 to their rolls. You can send it to the weapons, which means any damage die with a 1 becomes a 2. Or you can send it to the shields to restore amount of shield.
Okay, I guess just keep sending it to the weapons.
Gotcha. Give me a DC 13.
DC 13.
Engineering, sorry.
Oh shit.
The DC is
27.
13. Perfect. All right. That brings us back around to
Where were all these like 20s when we were fighting the freaking dragon?
Yeah.
Well, we did get 2 20s, and then you guys ended him. You want to roll a piloting for me there,
Oh, yes.
John?
That's going to be 23.
Perfect. So you guys will get to move first again. Are you staying where you're... Or they'll move first. Trying to make some distance, they're going to just use the fly, and they're going to use max of their speed to kind of reposition and angling their cannons again.
Still within range.
And for you guys, what that looks like...
Run as far as you can, and don't look back, Simba. Or something like that.
Yeah. All right. I assume you guys are pursuing. How would you like to pursue?
I mean, like, you said the flak thing was how many?
5 hexes.
5 hexes. What was the one that was 12?
That's your range on your sensors.
Oh. Okay, well.
Well, the as long as we're in range, if we use the arcane rail, it's an earring, so it always hits.
Yeah. That one's also... Oh, sorry. Your light carrying missile launcher, so your aft launcher, has a range of 20. But it moves 12 hexes at a time.
Well, they're only 11 hexes away.
But how you're positioned. So because of how the ship was in for the ramming, your arc for that weapon.
Oh, I see.
So right now, the only arc that's in that direction is your flak thrower, but it's only 5 hexes of range.
Hexes, right.
So you would need to move and turn to use anything to actually hit at the moment.
Okay.
Problem is, you guys are moving away from where they went,
Right.
so you need to do a maneuver to... You'd either need to move a minimum of 2 hexes before you can turn 1, or you need to do a maneuver to do something faster.
Maybe we could do a barrel roll to swap positions to
get the arcane rail. But the arcane rail also only has 5 hexes.
That's right. Okay. Man, we've got a pretty melee focused ship. Christ.
Well, the missile launcher is really good. You just need to get it into the aft arc. So,
well, I mean, we might
if you move up like
then we can position
2
ourselves
and turn,
yeah,
they would be in range.
Let's do that then.
Yeah.
Cool. Which means theirs is still their port. Got it. All right. Science officer or gunnery for you, John?
I'll try using the gunnery.
Okay, so we're going to do 2 gunnery. Only... because of how you guys are oriented, you only have the 1 weapon, and only... Each weapon can only be fired once per round.
Should I do something maybe a little special?
What would you like to do?
I would like to, because he's going to shoot the rocket, right? Because that's their only gun that can reach.
Yeah. You want to
So-
do captain things?
No, well, I guess this could count as a captain. You're going to have to tell me how this would work in the rules. I would like to use vanishing trick on the missile. For 1 round, the missile will be invisible.
What I would rule that as is it would take a negative on the tracking since the missile can only move 12 hexes at a time. But since I think you guys are still within 12 hexes, right?
Yeah, we're like at least a minimum 11 hexes away.
Yeah, so you guys are within 12, so it's going to hit this round anyway. So, like, it would be flavor in this regard as long as the roll's successful.
Definitely flavor. John, you hop into the battle seat, getting ready to aim and shoot the rocket. And as soon as I load a rocket into the chamber, I tap it with a bit of magic, and it turns invisible as you shoot it.
Yeah, and I do the classic flip the things up with my thumbs to click
Yep.
the buttons, you know?
Perfect. All right, give me a ranged attack roll.
Oh, you bet your bum dollar. Oh, it was going to be 6, but then 19, so 25 to hit.
25 to hit. All right.
Yes. So, like, as the missile is flowing through the ethos, they know nothing is happening until suddenly.
Perfect. It's 3d8.
Oh, 3d8. 3d8.
You guys only have 4 of these missiles remaining.
5. 7 plus 5.
12.
12. Wait, can I still...
What was it?
What's a 1?
It's a 2.
So that's 14.
14.
Kill him.
The silent vortex is looking a little rough. So if you guys aren't right, because I haven't covered it, except for maybe whenever Ryan and I ran this like 6 months ago. Once there's certain thresholds met, critical systems activate. So basically it takes critical damage once you hit certain overall thresholds on it. Because you guys have continued to hit the same side of the ship, you had taken out the shields on the first attack. So every attack after this has been straight into the...
Like the whole hull or wherever? Oh, damn.
So every time it starts taking certain threshold damage, it has specific things that happen. So meta-wise, their engines are glitching and their sensors are now glitching as
Oh, they're
well.
fucking toast out here.
Back up to the top of our engineering phase.
I'm gonna keep going where we put everything towards our weapons.
Perfect. Give me that engineering roll.
23.
Perfect.
Wow, 24, 24, 23.
Oh, shit.
Literally, let me pull it back up. Yeah, 24, 27, 23.
Oh, wow.
Perfect. All right, on to our piloting phase. John, if you'll do the honors for our...
Ooh, 8.
Still beats the silent vortex. So, the silent vortex, not finding a reprieve, is going to continue to try and use most of its movement. So it's going to move up, turn. To reorient it so that it's a slightly different look for it. Trying to get its forward in line with the OMAG instead of taking all the damage to its port side. What would you guys like to do?
What's the movement speed of our ship?
10. So you'll need to move forward at least 2 before we can turn. So this is our forward face because we went aft.
We have to move forward to turn?
2. So 2 to turn 1. 2 to turn again.
4. I'm just trying to see if we get lined up again over here.
Or you want aft lined up? Or
Yeah.
This is right here. 2 turn. That's still within 12, right?
On the cusp, at least.
Yeah, it's there. So.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make a decision for the team.
So what John had is what I'm orienting here. Yeah, something similar. I think I'm slightly off between the Roll20 and what's on the board in front of everybody, but I think the map hexes are slightly different orient. But it would be, he set it up so you guys' aft would be facing the forward side of this aircraft or spacecraft, but within range so that it would hit this turn.
If you guys are cool with that.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. If you'd like to go gunnery phase, you guys are out of range of its forward weapons, but it is in range of yours. You have 4 missiles left if you'd like to use them. Shanti, if you're wanting to do... Shanti or John, if you're wanting to do officer or captain things, now is the time before we go to the gunnery.
Is there anything I can do as a captain to assist in this role here?
Yes, so as a captain, you can do a encouragement, which would give a +2 to the check, which would be a DC 10 check using the same skill. So in this case, it would be a ranged attack roll. You need to beat a 10.
Okay, yeah.
Or a DC 15 diplomacy, if you prefer that.
Yeah, I'll prefer diplomacy, absolutely. But yeah, I'm gonna try to encourage John.
Perfect.
Hey, you hit him last time. I already rammed him. Just finish the job, all right? You got this.
Yeah, you're right. I got this. Don't be fooled. Your encouragement is helping. I am just slightly insufferable.
Okay, and that is a 19 with a +7
Perfect.
on diplomacy.
John, you have a +2 on your ranged attack roll.
Okay, so +2.
+6.
So it's 8 plus 5, 13.
13. Does not hit.
Ah, fuck my ass.
Oh my god.
the rocket, you got a target lock on it, so you were able to. The missile was able to lock onto it, but as it closed in, the forward shields of the starship are able to block it.
Okay.
Back up to our engineering phase.
I am. As long as you guys are okay, I'm gonna keep pushing towards our weapons because I think
Yeah.
we're okay so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably our best bet.
Perfect.
We also need to just try to get close to them because they keep playing cat and mouse.
Sorry. I'm switching up ambience.
Yeah, I was about to send you a suggestion.
That was my plan. I've only got about a paragraph left of information after this. So. All right. What was your roll, Raya?
I'm gonna. Oh, for my roll. Hold on. $24.
Dude.
Perfect.
What is happening?
All right.
I
Our
don't
piloting
know.
phase. The
25.
That's actually a decent roll for it, too. It's going to move in.
Oh, GG, dude. Now you're within range of our flak.
It's out of the York end. It's facing starboard on you.
Okay.
So it moved in like that. Where would you like to move? Or would you like to perform a maneuver?
Can we hit him with our...
Not with your aft. It would be your...
No, the flak?
No. Or your arcane rail is what's lined up with it right now.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
But
we
you
don't
can
have
do a
to
barrel
roll
roll
to...
to make it the flak if you want to stay where you're at.
Oh, that might be a good idea.
Okay.
Are we able to maneuver around to their weak spot?
Their port?
Yeah, because that's where we've been hitting, right?
That's where you've done the most damage, so the shields are down on that side.
Yeah, I think we keep punching the wound. If we're able to maneuver around, I think that'd be the best bet.
So it takes 2. So
You got to move forward 2 to turn 1.
2. So it's like 1 right here.
Yeah, so then it would be turn like
Or
this.
we could ram a separate part of the shields, because our ram does 20 damage to shields.
So but that would be your arcane rail, and then you want to do a barrel roll to use the flag if you agree with that.
Yeah, so we have enough movement to position ourselves to do just that, Cap.
Okay.
Do you want a barrel roll to get the flak cannon on it? Or do you want to use the arcane rail?
If we're able to maneuver that the flat cannon is close enough that it does more damage. It's just the arcane rail does reliable damage.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's roll for the flak then.
Okay, so give me another pilot roll.
Okay.
To pull off a barrel roll, you need a 14.
Can I encourage?
Not needed. It's a 19 total.
Perfect. So you guys are able to barrel roll so that your starboard weapon, the flak thrower, is angled at it.
I'll take some encouragement on the gunnery, though.
DC 15
right.
diplomacy or a DC 10 ranged attack.
All right, John. Spark is killing it. We're prepared for you and lined up your direct shot. Don't miss. You've got it. I'll roll for diplomacy here, and that is a 16.
Perfect.
Okay. +7 is carrying.
+2 to your attack.
Okay. A nervous bead of oil drips down my forehead, and I say...
As part of my encouragement, I dab it and drip on some new oil.
Okay, here we go. Rolling for a hit. 9, 15.
Beats it.
Oh! Yes!
Roll me some dice. That's a 3d4.
Let's go.
Let's go, and plus I can't roll a 1. Oh, that's pretty solid. 2 4s and a 3, so that's 11 points of damage.
The ship is looking pretty rough.
More things are going to start failing now or something?
The weapons on their port side
Poopy.
have started glitching.
Oh, poopy. Sucks to be a free mason, or what are these guys? Free captains?
Free captains. Fucking Freemasons.
Fucking, what is that? That's National Treasure, right?
Yeah. That's National Treasure, right?
All right, we're back. Wait, you guys are within their weapons. They're going to attack as well. Give me just a sec so that I can actually mark things, because it doesn't like having it open the other way. Okay, so that's glitching. But the glitching doesn't take effect until after.
After all the shots go off.
Yeah, so they're going to target with their gyro laser, which misses. Back up the top of the round. So engineering phase, sorry.
Right, are you muted?
I'm sorry, say that again. Sorry, I'm watching my kids.
Oh,
We're
it's
back
just your
up to the
turn for engineering.
phase.
Oh, we're gonna keep going. Oh, actually, I just went for an 11. I'm gonna keep going towards the weapons, though.
Okay, 11, that was with all your modifiers?
Yeah.
Okay, so this round, you've been pushing the systems pretty hard up until this point, and, with the brand new ship, the OMAG is kind of tapped for diverting power towards the weapons, at least for the moment. All right, to our piloting phase.
13.
I'm going to encourage Spark. Look, listen. I'm sorry I came off as aggressive before. You're doing great. And you're doing exactly what we need you to do, and I need you to head right towards their ship once more.
You looking for a ram? Is that what you're?
Yeah. And I'm gonna encourage.
So I add that to this roll?
Yeah, it didn't matter. You'd already beat it. But...
Oh, okay.
So we'll take it as just RP instead of making you roll and use your action. So if you would like to use this action again, he had already beat the roll by that point in time. Their ship, trying to get this port side out of range, is going to position itself like that.
And we could honestly just run right into their opposite shield. Our ram does extra damage to shields.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
So I'm gonna hop in a gunner's seat.
Gotcha. And then see how you want to position, so you just ram starboard is kind of what you're saying?
That's the idea, because we should still be able to use our port or starboard weapons still, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Unless if they can only aim the one direction.
They have weapons, but theirs were all short range. And one of them is glitching at this point. Their port side.
I meant ours. Like, if we ram them, can we still hit them with our port or starboard weapons?
No. Not how the arc works, unfortunately.
We should go for a ram. I'm feeling confident.
Alright.
I think you should ram.
Ramming.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, let's give this ship some back shots.
Perfect. Would you like to do anything as a science officer, or just let Shanti have the gunner for this?
No, at this point,
If there's anything that you can do to benefit my role, that would be best, because I only have a +2 with my melee. Or unless if you would rather take the gunner seat and I can go captain this round.
Yeah, because you guys have a.
I have a +6 to it.
+6 on your roll, but you also get a bonus from your sensor. Where's it at? You get a +1. You get a +6 from your sensor, and a +1 for if you want to dip into the computer bonus. Remember, you guys have the +1s. So you would have a +12 on your roll.
Oh, okay.
To give him a targeting.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure.
What this will do is if you do that, if you roll a 19 or a 20, both count as a crit.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. DC is 14, so you only need to roll a 2. It was a nat 1.
Nice. Yeah, so that's 25.
Perfect. All right, T, you will have the ability to get a crit with a 19 on this attack.
Okay.
Crit.
What's the DC to hit?
15.
Okay. Okay, I got a 14.
Oh shit.
The shields seem to kind of be holding up on the starboard side here. You kind of ram in, but it doesn't make solid connection with the silent vortex. Back up to the top of the round. Engineering, if you'd like to, Raya.
I'm gonna keep pushing towards the weapons.
Perfect.
And let me see what I roll. A freaking 9.
Total?
Yes.
Shit, dude. What happened to 24?
Okay. That'll get us to piloting phase.
18.
All right. The silent vortex is kind of regretting its decision in encountering you. It's starting to move its way out of range if possible. All right. How do you guys want to follow this up?
Okay, we have a couple of options. We should have the movement speed to be able to catch up and try a ram from the backside, or we can.
It's currently near missile arc at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could alternatively use our missile, which would leave us with 3 left.
You're currently at 3. We had the one that didn't hit. So you would have 2 after this.
Or we can travel up a little closer and veer off to one of the sides to use our flak or the. Let's see. What do you guys think?
We should use the cannon on top and blow this guy up like the Death Star.
Okay. We'll only have 2 missiles left, but I think we should be able to resupply.
All right. sorry. Go ahead.
Because, like, at this point, how far are we into our travel?
This was second day. You only had 1 day left to travel.
Oh, yeah. Let's fucking use our missiles for sure.
All right. Are you wanting to do captain things leading into John attacking, or are you the one pulling the
Yes.
trigger?
I'm feeling ashamed of messing up that strike when it was given to me on a silver platter. I'm gonna back up to give John some encouragement. Okay, send off a missile. This should do it if we can land a solid enough hit. And then I'll do a diplomacy check here.
Okay.
And that is not enough. That's an 11.
Okay.
While it was an
Okay.
inspiring speech, John was already on the console, preoccupied.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I'll just like audibly say, and we're looking for the green. That's an Earth joke. I'll roll. That's a 24 to hit.
All right, roll me some damage. That is
3d8.
3d8.
Kill him.
If you roll a 1, you have to keep it. We didn't get the engineering buff.
That's 13 points of damage.
Wow.
This ship is on
Don't
its
say it.
last
No.
sort of
No.
dregs.
Are you serious?
But it may be on its last dreads, but it may not be able to function.
It now has malfunctioning sensors.
So its weapons are disabled?
It's got malfunctioning weapons on its port side. Its sensors, or it's got glitching weapons on its port side, malfunctioning sensors, and its engines are glitching.
If they even try to fuck with us more, then that's on them. Yeah.
To kind of close this out, because it was already trying to get away, unless you guys choose to pursue, it's going to use its max movement speed to move away.
Captain?
Well, unless if you guys feel any differently, I'll give this mercy because this is a group I used to work with.
I robot nod. As opposed to normal nodding.
All right. Unless you guys are opposed, that will be the it for us tonight.
I think that's a beautiful end.
Yes.